couple of years. In addition to that, because of their accomplishments, they've actually won some scholarship money, both of them, I think $10,000 each, to go towards your future education. So I'm going to read this. This is for one of them. This is for Joe, and Hunter's is just a little bit different about where he's going to school. But in honor of winning Anglers of the Year, along with his partner Hunter Boren, for the Texas High School Bass Association Circuit for 21 and 22, and currently holding the titles of First Place Anglers of the Year for 21 and 22 and 20 and 21, and Second Place Anglers for 2019 and 2020 for their team. Joe has been fishing since he was very young, and now attends Pearland High School, fishing for the Dawson Anglers, part of the Texas High School Bass Association Circuit, Bio City Division. Joe and his partner, Hunter, have already earned nearly $10,000 in scholarships. Joe fishes with Bass Masters and plans to attend Texas A&M University with a major in engineering. Maybe one day we can put him to work as an engineer. Our city thanks you for being a stalwart representative of Pearland's commitment to excellence. Congratulations on this achievement and best wishes for years ahead. Signed today and presented today, the 5th day of December, 2022. And which, Joe, here we go. All right. And Hunter, you're going to, is it Sam Houston? Yeah, that's right. See, I read it. Are you surprised? And Hunter's going to be going to Sam Houston State University. These two gentlemen have represented our city just incredibly well at the state level with their competition over the last several years, and just wanted to take a couple of minutes out of our day and recognize you for your efforts, thanking you for your ambassadors of our city as you've been out doing what you've been doing. And it's now time to finish up well at the high school level and go represent not only your schools but this community at the next level. And with that, we just congratulations. All right. Yeah, we're gonna get a. Hang on. We're gonna. Let's take it out. Yeah, let's take it out. We'll take a picture. Oh. Here we go. Right here. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you, guys. And we will get started here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you. All right.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
All right, we will call to order the City Council regular meeting agenda for December the 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. If you'll all rise and join us in an invocation led by Mayor Pro Tem Carbone and pledges to both of our flags by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. If y'all would bow your heads with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to gather here tonight. Help us to do work that's honoring and pleasing to you. Be with the first responders and everybody that's here and overseas protecting our freedoms. Bless each and every family that's represented here tonight and get us all home safely. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you for that, and just want to welcome everybody to City Hall and our regular meetings for the month. Obviously, our schedule has changed just a little bit this month with Christmas on the back end. We're condensing our month into 2 meetings on the first 2 Mondays of the month. But welcome each and every one of you. We started in the Christmas spirit this weekend as we had successful events at the park for tree lighting, and then obviously on Broadway as we had our parade on Saturday evening. And so I want to thank council staff as well as citizens that participated in that. It was back-to-back nights, and it was a great way to start the Christmas season. With that, Madam Secretary, I'm going to move forward in our agenda and certify our quorum. I do certify we have a quorum present, as all members of council are present and accounted for. With that, we'll move to citizens' comments. Mayor Pro Tem, do we have any general comments? No, sir. No general comments. We do have people who signed up to speak on a particular issue, and when we get to your item on the agenda, we will call on you on that at that time. Typically, I'll get a motion on the floor. We'll have a staff report, and then I'll come to those that have signed up to speak on a given issue. We'll call you out at that particular time. With that, we will move to public hearing number 1. And I'll ask our staff to put the public hearing not on the table, but as to what the public hearing is about, and move right into your staff report. And next up will be the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor. So first we have a public hearing, a request by GMS Connects LLC applicant on behalf of G&G Partners Development, owner, for approval of a zone change from Neighborhood Service District to General Business Retail District on approximately 9.6135 acres of land at a general location of 3205 Dixie Farm Road. So here's a current look at the zoning of the property and the properties around it. You can see that it has general commercial on the north and west side, and then some R1 immediately on the longer west side property line. And then backs up to R4 on the rear after the pipeline easement. So the future land use category for this property is retail, offices, and services. And again, you can see the existing developments all around, Walmart, Home Depot, the single-family residence to the west, and then the Pine Hollow subdivision along the rear. Here's a look along the property. Kind of looking at the back of Home Depot. Here's a look looking down Dixie Farm Road. And then here's a view from across Dixie looking at the property. So the commission held their public hearing on November 21st. After the discussion with the applicant, the commission voted 1-5, which failed to gain approval. There was 1 vote in favor of the request by Vice Chair Fuertes. With that, it is a negative recommendation to the City Council for the recommended zone change, and thus a supermajority vote is required, and that supermajority requirement comes from the UDC. So we would require 6 votes tonight for approval from the Neighborhood Services District to the general commercial. With that, I'll pass back to you, Mayor.
Is the applicant present? All right, there we go. Make sure you give name and address for the record, and then please give us your presentation.
East Galveston, League City, Texas. I am Chris Hurd, principal for GMS Connects. I represent the property owner. This property actually had a CUP that expired. And so when they were all strategizing on what the best path forward to look at administratively kind of cleaning up everything instead of coming back through it with a CUP, we thought we'd go ahead and rezone it. So we put in the rezoning request for a sort of efficiency as on our side and on their side. And so we did get a negative vote from planning and zoning. I know they did talk about a cup related to the property. The back half is still planning to be a memory care, so what this body has approved in terms of a CUP. And so from that perspective, that's what is intended for the back. The front is still undetermined, but we would be open for some further discussion.
All right, thank you for that. If we have any questions, we may have you back up under City Council questions and comments. With that, we'll move to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Sure. You go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Angela Ornelas. We reside at 3522 Pine Chase Drive, which is directly behind the land that's in question that's going to be the build. My husband and I, we just bought our house this past December, loving that lot, that there was trees back there. I'm from Pearland. I grew up there across the street. So this is my home. I went to high school here. I mean, I've been here forever. I thought that house would always be a house forever. So when we chose to buy our final and last home again this past year, we were really excited about having, that open land. Yes, we can hear the Home Depot delivering all night long, and we're okay with that noise because that's been there forever. But we're very concerned about the new development that's been proposed to take place because we're concerned about our house being devalued, having a structure directly behind us. In addition to that, we're worried about security. If it's just a wall, can people just jump that wall? We don't know what type of security for our home would be provided for us, being it open to if it was a restaurant, public business, memory care. There would be a lot of cars coming in back and forth at all times doing deliveries, i.e. we don't know what would take place, depending on how many structures are for that area. In addition to that, we were concerned about the noise, the runoff from the water and the drainage when it rains. Right now, it's all grass and land, so it is absorbed. But if it's all concreted, laid with concrete, where's that, excess water going to go? Is it going to come back to our house and flood? That was something we were concerned about. We were really sad to hear about the animals because we've nicknamed a possum, Pax possum. We always see a possum go by and forth in our house. And I mean, we love the wilderness, that it provides and the trees with the birds that we hear every morning. And we're afraid that with all those trees being removed, it's going to take away the birds, it's going to take away the possums, it's going to take away the nature that we love of Pearland. Just in case, really, that's about it. I think that's right, babe. That's my husband, Richard Ornelas over here. I'm just Angela. And so we're hopefully hoping that y'all vote against it. We were trying to see if there was more people who could come today. And today's my 50th birthday, and I decided to be here on my 50th birthday instead of having a nice family dinner. I wanted to come here and make sure that it was noticed that we're truly against this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. We'll do a second call for those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. and happy birthday. Yeah, he's got a technical issue.
Hello, my name is Greg Nelson. I'm at 1617 Pinecrest Drive, and I'm here to speak against the rezoning of 3205 Dixie Farm. This rezoning benefits one property to the detriment of 32 residential, several more neighborhood commercial properties, and potentially more residentials, depending on what the council's actions are. I'll quote from the property owner's letter to the city, which you have a copy of, and it's the second paragraph. The upzone will make the parcel more marketable. Number one, that's not the function of this council. Secondly, I'd ask for the same consideration. Make the existing taxpayers' properties more marketable by denying this request. The property owner has had a sign in place, and you showed it on the photo of the property. But they've had a sign in place for several weeks announcing with the planned zoning change, a new shopping center coming soon called Jack. They feel pretty confident that this rezoning outcome. In 2017, Kevin Cole represented the property owner for rezoning. The council at that time really didn't question Mr. Cole's presentation. Some of you were on that council. But the council turned and asked the Planning and Zoning Commission their recommendation, and that recommendation was no, deny the rezoning. Yet, the 2017 council ignored that recommendation and approved the rezoning. Now we're considering again the actions of the 2017 to satisfy the property owner. My question is will you now start triggering a domino effect on neighboring properties on Dixie Farm Road, specifically the three to the west of the property, and start rezoning those commercial? And will you go past Pinecrest Drive to the west, rezoning those? It's one thing to buy a resident adjacent to an existing or zoned commercial property. The buyer has knowledge. But when the city council rezones against the recommendations of planning and zoning, that places a negative stigma on the existing adjoining residences. And one starts questioning, what's the city council going to do next? All the tax-paying residentials affected by your actions were purchased 20 plus years ago. And they adjoined 5 or 10 acre, and I'm going to be using my term, ranchettes on Dixie Farm. I had a horse out my front door. I had goats and pigs out my back. And those were beautiful sounds to hear. Now I question seriously whether I'll have a 24-hour restaurant potentially behind me and a tattoo parlor in front of me. Doing or rezoning properties there along Dixie Farm will negatively affect property values. As the young lady spoke, she's concerned about flooding. Since 2001, since I've been there, we've had 4 major hurricanes and tropical storms that have caused flooding in the area. And just over Thanksgiving, we had some more street flooding in the area. You go and build up this site 2 to 3 feet and then add another 2 feet for the improvements, that water's got to go somewhere. And the potential of flooding the residents there along Pine Chase just increases. Sum up, I'm very strongly against this rezoning. And I hope, I pray that you guys act responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Third attempt, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request? Seeing no one else move in that direction, we'll move to City Council questions, comments, and concerns. I was going to, for the record, let people know I did help Mr. Giuliani with the previous rezoning. We actually, during the time, and I met with city attorney earlier this week when this showed up on the agenda, as I don't have a conflict of interest. I don't work for Mr. Giuliani, haven't, except for that one particular request. But I will state that at the joint public hearing of that, at that point in time when we met with planning and zoning upstairs, planning and zoning, we did go for a zone change of general business. And it was planning and zoning that asked, would we change that to a neighborhood services as opposed to general business? And they approved the neighborhood services as presented that night. And then we had a ratification vote, if you will, by city council some 2 weeks later. So that went through the normal channel, through the normal process, and it was rezoned at that particular time to meet the comprehensive plan and future land use plan that was on the books, and as was showed here just recently. As far as this application is concerned, I'm here just chairing a public hearing. You guys can vote and have your say and have your questions and comments moving forward. With that, we'll turn it over to questions and comments. Member Koza?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Hurd, could I have you step up to the podium? As far as this property right now, the only thing that you've mentioned has been a memory care facility.
Correct.
This gentleman that spoke right before had talked about a sign being on the property advertising other uses. I assume that this piece of property being neighbors or NS, you're looking for additional uses outside of the NS. Is that what you're seeking?
First and foremost, the front half is not under contract. There are some contract considerations, and the NS would. So we would be looking for tenants in the NS, and then potentially come back with CUPs related to that if that moved forward. But at this point, the only part of the property that's under contract is for the memory care, and that's the back half of the property. Furthermore, if you guys see sort of the faded line, there is a gas easement back there. So the trees and some of the buffers, as some of the folks mentioned, will be protected because we won't be invading into that space because it's an easement that we can't develop into.
Okay. And as far as the memory care, I mean, in the packet that I got, there was no detail, there was no information as far as what we're looking at, where it's situated, that type of stuff.
Correct. So we had talked about that. So when we presented that at Planning and Zoning, that contract, the gentleman has been under contract before. And so we left it open through the Planning and Zoning process. Since then, the property owner has gone back to that particular person, and they have reaffirmed that contract. So that is a valid contract through the first quarter. But I did not want to put that in there to confuse the rezoning. And if we come back with a CUP, I would want to make sure that comes back strong and know exactly what you guys are voting on related to the development of the back half of that property.
All right. Thank you very much.
Member Camcar?
Mr. McDonald, can you pull up the slide where it had the vote tally on that?
1 to 6, I think.
Who is the dissenter, or who is the one? Who is the approver? I guess it was just Chairman Fuertes, and then everybody else was against.
Correct. So the remainder of the P&Z at that time voted negative.
Could you characterize some of their points of their discourse? I have a lot of respect for Chairman Fuertes, also some of the members who are opposing, and so I'd like to get a little more flavor for what the issue was. Usually they're not this lopsided.
So from my notes, generally they discussed keeping the neighborhood services limited uses, and then discussions on the memory care and the potential subdivision of the land, basically creating a flag lot and having those multiple uses all within one total development.
And then just because we have the applicant here. So you guys have a use for the back end. There's a possibility the front end may eventually be an unknown item, but maybe not consistent across that entirety of that parcel.
Correct. Yeah, it'll be multiple uses related to that. So based on your guys' action, I'll be working with staff to see what the best path forward to develop the parcel is on a forward-going basis.
And the memory care currently doesn't fit in the box, so I have very clear understanding.
Yeah, the memory care had a CUP that expired, and so instead of coming back with a memory care for that, or a CUP for specific memory care for the back half, we took a more holistic approach to sort of help streamline the process. And obviously, we're sitting here with a negative vote, and so we're going to kind
So
of.
is there a possibility you just reheat the memory care CUP like others have done at different times, at least while I've been here?
Well, depending on the outcome of the vote, that's probably our next path. As you all know, nothing's certain in time. And so from that perspective, I want to go back to staff and see, is a CUP better? Is a PUD better? You know, if there's other, it's a 10-acre parcel of land, the memory care is not going to take up all 10 acres. So it will be developed into some level of commercialization. So I want to get with staff to really understand the best path forward to get the.
Well, I want to just say it's frustrating. Land doesn't stay the same way forever. I work in the space, but at the same time, the neighbors are here too, and they get a say. The one thing I would tell you is, in the past, at least from my observations, we have had an issue with spot zoning, contract zoning. So I at least appreciate you're being forthright about that. You're being forthright that the rest of the parcel may be something else. The other items that I have to look at as somebody who sits here and represents people is, we're going to do a UDC rewrite, hopefully, maybe, depending, we may cut it in the budget, here in the next 24 months. This whole corridor is about to be industrial or residential, and it has changed because of contract zoning. And so it's frustrating, but you know, this area of the world is changing. Sure. I would just tell you, I respect the P&Z quite a bit. They put a lot of time and effort in this. They know what they're doing. And I think they weigh a lot of the considerations. Very rarely have I diverged from their thoughts. So I'm gonna follow their recommendation and I'm supportive. But that's only because we have to keep some level of ideological consistency. I appreciate the residents for coming. I will say this may not be this way forever, but I think today you'll probably have an okay result. But I would say for the future, go and talk to these neighbors. You're not going to sit on 10 acres in the middle of this city taking forever, but there needs to be some collaboration. And I think on the neighbor side, you have to find some uses that you can live with, because the reality is that acreage is not going to be fallow in 2030. I'm very doubtful.
Sure.
And so I think there needs to be a balancing act of needs and wants, because the reality is if you get approved, every part of this process, 50 people are going to show up and give us the right act. Right. And I'm not interested in that. I don't think anybody up here is interested in that, but there needs to be some kind of working arrangement that people can live with.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it fails tonight. I think you bring back the CUP. The CUP allows you to add the site plan that shows a setback from the neighbors.
Sure.
And gives a extremely large buffer to the neighborhood. I think, you know, that's an easier sell to council and to the neighbors when you can see how that lays out. And then if something does come back in the future, then we can address it at that time. But I think the pain of going from NS to GB on the whole parcel all the way back to the budding subdivision is what causes the concern.
I understand.
Thank you, Mayor. Just looking at the definition of neighborhood services, it's intended to permit a limited area of service establishments and retail stores for the benefit of adjacent and nearby residential development, and in which district all trade is conducted indoors and in such a manner as to be capable of placement adjacent to residential districts without changing the character of the latter. I think that fits beautifully with where this is going to be. So for that reason, Mayor, I have no reason to want to change this tonight, so I'll be against it, but thank you.
For all the reasons that have already been said, and for what I think it was Mr. Nelson, if I got the name right, Mr. Nelson, one of the residents said, I'd be against it tonight as well. I am concerned why there's a sign that says shopping center coming soon, call Jack. I saw that in the packet as well. That's a little premature, but I'll be a no tonight.
Well, just to note, I mean, a shopping center of some sort can go in a neighborhood services. Certain types of retail can go in neighborhood services right now. So to say that, I mean, that would be for the landowner and something else, but a certain amount of retail can go there now.
Yeah, so maybe if I could, Mayor, real quickly, just to add to that, I guess the point of this to the residents that are here is that by changing it, it's opening up other uses,
Right.
that it's making it possible that they can put things in there without having to go through
expands
the
it.
process, of having to come to council. I know the gentleman mentioned a CUP, and that conditional use permit means that they have to come to council to get permission. They had that previously. It expired, so I think that may be the best course, in my opinion, moving forward.
When this came, I think I was on planning and zoning when this came before planning and zoning, and did we talk about a traffic TIA at that time?
Traffic analysis will have to be studied at that time because if I remember the intersection correctly, there is a hooded entrance there. So,
Thank you.
Whenever the development of the property takes place, traffic will be analyzed.
Thank you, Martin.
Barry?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just have a really hard time with general business in general without a clear-cut plan of what exactly the actual property is going to be used for, so I'm going to be a no.
Rollins, anything? All right, good deal. Any last wrap-up comments? Any staff, got any wrap-up comments?
No additional comments,
All right,
sir.
seeing none, then we'll close this public hearing and turn to Mr. Koza. Would you place new business item number 1 on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-242. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report as well as questions, comments from council. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Koza,
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone,
No.
Member Camcar,
Nay.
Member Hernandez,
No.
Member Cade,
No.
Member Barry,
Nay.
Member Owens.
No.
Motion fails 0-7.
All right, we will move to public hearing number 2. Martin, same drill.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request by GMS Connects LLC applicant on behalf of Pham Tilly Trang, owner, for approval of a zone change from General Business Retail District to General Commercial District on approximately 4.5099 acres. This land is located generally east of Old Chocolate Bayou Road and south of Broadway. So again, shown the zoning of the property and those around it. Generally has general business on 3 sides, and then a planned development to the east. This land and all of the land in the vicinity is within the retail offices and services future land use category. And then the more specific uses around the piece of property include a doggy daycare, a senior multifamily development, some undeveloped land, a medical office, a single-family residence, and then some undeveloped property also with the single-family residence on it. Here are some views along Old Chocolate Bayou, this one looking north towards the doggy daycare facility. Then this one looking more direct at the property. You can see it's largely wooded. The commission again held their public hearing on November 21st. There were 3 speakers during the public hearing portion that talked about the condition of Old Chocolate Bayou, drainage and flooding within the area. After the commission had some discussion about the future development of the area, they recommended approval of the zone change to the general commercial district with a vote of 4-2. Chairperson Dansby and Commissioner Boswell were the 2 that were against the request, and this generates a positive recommendation to City Council. And Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Is the applicant present? All right. Same drill.
Chris Hurd, 215 East Galveston, League City, Texas. This is a office warehouse. There's 4. I've got some pictures because we did not put them in. Are they? All right. So this is the one that they're doing in Cypress. Can I do this touch? This is one of the facilities they're doing in Cypress Spring. So this is the kind of the overall look and feel that we did present this to planning and zoning. It is an office warehouse, so its primary uses would be for small businesses such as pool repair folks, plumbers, electrical, so folks that are generally doing their work off-site but need storefront with storage capacity. And so this is kind of the look and feel of what it would be. And this site plan here, they're still tweaking it, but it's essentially 3 10,000 square feet, 1 12,000 square feet, and that would be the size and shape of it. And one of the things, as we all know, you always have pre and post flow developments for any new development. I know there was talking some concern about some drainage. If you look, see if my pointer works, it does. This portion right here is all detention. So, and obviously we'll have to meet all the city standards related to improving the drainage on the upstream side going down. I think the water flows downstream on Chocolate Bayou, and so we'll be making some improvements as we connect to Chocolate Bayou. So with that, I'll answer questions.
Thank you for that. We'll move forward to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Second attempt, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move forward to questions, comments, concerns from City Council. Anybody have anything? Mr. Koza?
Mr. Hurd, on the packet that I got, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong. Piece of property is an L-shaped that comes out to Old Chocolate Road right there.
Correct.
And you're talking on the south side of the property is where all the detention's going to be?
As we have it currently laid out, that is correct.
Okay. And so what you presented here, that's what we're going to be going with there as far as the 3 buildings with the one in the...
Yes, that is currently the design that the owner wants to develop. So that's what we will move forward through a permitting process if it's properly rezoned.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, comments? Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is actually a great spot for a product like this. Kind of, I don't want to say hidden, but I like where it is. I know maybe there's some concern expressed about the quality of that road. So maybe if staff wants to weigh in on that, just.
So I would invite Robert with engineering or Raj to chime in on that.
Councilman Hernandez, just wanted to clarify your question a little bit more. Are you talking physical condition or what do you, I'd like to explain.
Yeah, I guess the current condition and also if there are plans to, or I guess future road plans to handle the potential, I think you showed 1 or 2 or 3 bays for large trucks there and the.
Can I clarify that real quick?
Sure.
So, as with any development, you have to have a turning radius, fire truck, so forth. So, in terms of tractor trailer movement, it's sort of all designers and architects put those in because that is in lieu of a fire truck making the turnish radius and so forth and so on. So it is not the intent to have tractor trailers making deliveries there. But obviously, if a fire truck had to go down that road today, it would still have to go down that road. So in terms of just the size, and it was more to depict the turning radius of the parking lot and the drive and so forth. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, well, even with that clarification, I don't know, Robert, if you still wanted to speak.
So with regards to Old Chocolate Bayou, we know that road, as you can see on the picture there, currently right now would be handled in terms of just some maintenance associated with our streets department as necessary. But with regards to long-term capital plan, it would need to be programmed into our capital program to be able to be fully rehabbed and repaired or replaced to curb and concrete, curb and gutter. But currently right now, we do not have that scheduled in our current 5-year CIP.
So I kind of see this product as being somewhat similar to that product that's on Miller Ranch currently. And I don't know that I've seen a ton of like really heavy traffic out of that. Are you familiar with the development I'm speaking of?
I'm not, but we did, as part of this process, we did do a TIA worksheet. And so I have some of the numbers, and it's pretty low volume in terms of utilization.
Okay. But maybe if it was similar to that, Robert, do you think would have low to no impact?
I think you're going to have minimal, if he keeps it low is what he's saying, you're going to have minimal impact to what that road is used as right now. With regards to him talking about turning radiuses, you know, all those are done. So make sure your garbage trucks can make the turns because they need to pick up trash and the receptacles. So with regards to that, based on the use, based on what he's talking about on the low impact, we wouldn't see much of a change.
Okay. With that, Mayor, I think I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Good deal. Member Camcar?
We getting any extra right of way if we're gonna have to redo this road? Is there any requests for dedication of right of way for that? I mean, I imagine with the uses that are being outlined that this isn't gonna, 2 lanes probably isn't gonna cut it for the life of the deal, I don't think.
Councilman Camcar, with regards to our thoroughfare plan, the road is adequately sized for what our thoroughfare plan calls for. It is not called as a arterial or a collector street. That's why we have Cullen Parkway. We have 518 around that. It is still set up, designated would be at that 50 to 60 foot width right now. So we don't have any plans to widen it.
All right. Well, I think that's probably going to pass, but it's not being requested, but dedicated.
Yeah, if there's a plating process or as we move along the development process, we'll be in constant communication with city staff on what needs they may want from us and the things that we will need from them to finish the development.
I just think, you know, it's great when it's a field, but the reality is for what you're going to use, there's going to be heavier use. I mean, the applicant is asking for a radius and acknowledging the radius needs to be there, and there's not a whole lot of radius on 60 feet. I would feel better if we had asked for that, just because that's going to be something that's needed.
Yeah, I think I mean, I agree, but I think that ask comes at plating, not at zone change. So I think, Mr. Hurd, you're talking about whatever's required at plating, that's going to go into your plan, correct?
Sure, absolutely.
Any other questions, comments?
No, I think in my earlier comments, I mentioned that, I'm not a big fan of general commercial necessarily or general business without a plan. It looks like you have a plan. Looks like all the surrounding properties are primarily owned by businesses or some sort of land development type company. So I'd be in favor of this.
Last call. Anything further from council? Oh, okay.
On the drainage on this plan, Robert, what standard are they having to apply on this?
Councilman Camcar, I'm going to go ahead and let Raj answer that question, our city engineer.
Yeah, good, Councilman Camcar. Can you repeat the question, please?
What is the standard that they need to detain for? If you go look at that land plan, if we can pull that back up, they've got a rather large amount of drainage. It looks like set aside.
I think according to my site plan.
Yeah, they will.
I apologize.
It's on my screen if you want to pop it to my screen.
Yeah, they will have to
There it is.
meet our 100-year design requirement. It is outside of 100-year and 500 floodplain. It's outside because it is outside the limit of this study. So we don't have 100-year, 500-year floodplain information here. It is outside, but it still need to meet 100-year floodplain requirement for the field mitigation as well as detention.
And at what standard is that? That's at the Atlas 14 or at the old criteria?
Yes, that is all Atlas 14 because we have already adopted our Atlas 14 guidelines. So
Okay. That makes me feel a little better.
All right, anything further? Seeing none, we'll end this docketed public hearing, and we'll move to new business item number 2. Mr. Cam Carr, would you place that on the table, please?
Yes, sir. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-243. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We've had staff report as well as comments from council. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Cam Carr?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens? Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving to public hearing number 3.
Guys.
Martin, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a request by Samir Gulimani and Kareem Purani, applicant, on behalf of Frick Incorporated, owner, for approval of a zone change from general business district to single-family residential 4 district on 4 tracts of land totaling approximately 5.72 acres. This is basically at the 4 corners of the Westwood Village subdivision at McLean and Veterans. So here you can see the zoning of the property and then the surrounding uses. Generally, there are R2, R3, or R1 all around it at either of those 4 corners. The future land use plan calls for this area to be medium density residentially developed. So all 4 tracts were annexed into the city in 1972. The tracts were created in the 1980s, and those 4 tracts have remained undeveloped. Earlier this fall, there was a zone change attempt that was denied from the general business to the townhome district. The R4 district that is requested today is a less intense zoning district than the townhome that was previously applied for. So giving you a closer look into the surrounding area, you've got Westwood Village front and center, then you've got Canterbury Park to the east, Cabot Cove to the north, Springfield to the west, and then borders some detention, and then the school just south of there. So here is a look at the northwest corner at Veterans and Springfield. Here is the southwest corner of Veterans and Springfield. Here's the northeast corner of McLean and Springfield. And here is the southeast corner of McLean and Springfield. So yet again, P&Z held their public hearing on November 21st. There were 4 speakers at that hearing, 3 of whom were against the request. Their comments generally focused on development of the property for drainage, flooding, and increase in traffic. Hearing all of the discussion, Commission voted to recommend approval of the request, with Commissioner Earls voting against the request. This constitutes a positive recommendation for your consideration tonight, Council. With that, Mayor, I'll pass it back to you.
All right, thank you for that. Is the applicant present? Do you have a presentation or just here to answer questions? All right, sounds good. We'll move forward to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak. I've got somebody moving that direction. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hello, thank you for your time. I know you're very busy. My name's Tom Seiler, 3902 Fernwood Drive. I'm a resident of Westwood Village. It's right there in the middle of the picture. These parcels of land. Every picture I see doesn't show. The residents of Westwood Village own 4 pieces out of all, they own a piece of all that land that are where the signs are, and nobody ever shows that on any of the pictures. So Westwood Village is part of the land that keeps being shown on everything. The detention pond, at one time, the city, Pearland School District came to us and they wanted us, they were concerned building the high school right there. They needed more land for detention, and we deeded our land, our detention pond, to them for them to build a big detention pond, and that really helped our drainage and flooding concerns. And we were told when they built the Bailey overpass over by the high school that that would help with the flooding, and that did help a lot too with all the retention ponds there. And so we've been doing a lot better with the flooding, and we want to stay on that path. It's a pickle. This is a pickle situation where it's actually 2 things. There's one, rezoning it from general business to residential, which I think everybody agrees that would probably be a good thing. And that is a good thing. But then part 2 is, what is it going to be? Rezoned to residential, yes. Single family housing would be, but that area is surrounded with R2 homes with active HOA apartments. Is an R4 patio home with pier and beam design and skirting around it fit into those little areas of R2 residents with HOAs? That concern about being R2 and what gets built there adds also to the concerns of flooding, traffic, and parking. We just asked for something more of the right fit. What's the right fit for an area that's totally surrounded by R2 homes in HOAs? It would be better fit. It would be a better fit if it was R2 or R3 or something more fitting into the area. But it is. It's pickle. It's a hard one. If you could zone it to R blank, R general, to be something, but I know that's not possible. But the move to residential is the right move, but I don't think the current plan of R4 patio homes with skirting around the bottom is going to be the right thing for that area. So I would ask that it be zoned not to R4, but R2 or R3, and I thank you for your time again.
All right, thank you for that. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against. Yes, sir.
Greg Hawkins, 3910 Ivywood Drive. I respect Tom's answering questions and history behind this property. I am at 3910 Ivywood Drive. I back up to McLean there. The pickle is that this property right now is zoned general business. The pickle for the residents is that property could become commercial property tomorrow with very little changes made. So the real answer is to change this to R4. R4 seems more amicable than townhomes did. I do agree with that. Patio homes is a better fit for this subdivision. It matches the surrounding area, the surrounding homes, the residential areas, and it's really the best fit. And I'm really concerned that if you don't agree to do that, then there could be at some point in the future a business come in and you've got a smoke shop backed up to my property and anything else that might happen there that I don't know what can be built out there, but it's just not a good fit. R4 is the best fit for that, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Last and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we will move forward in the public hearing to questions, comments, concerns from council. Anything? Member Koza?
Yes, I don't know if this be John or Martin, as far as I know this is a zone change, but this is kind of an awkward piece of having 4 little strips here. As far as, has there been any discussions for these pieces or the homes that get built here possibly becoming part of the HOA at Westwood at all?
I don't believe that we've had direct conversations with that. I think it would be up to the HOA on whether or not they are in agreement on annexing into having those pieces brought into to be in their HOA, or if they would have to create their own separately. But that is not typically something that we necessarily get too involved with.
Okay. All right, then the property owner.
And go ahead and give us your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, it's Kareem Pirani, 806 Delford Way, Sugar Land, Texas, 77479. As far as the HOA concerned, we've had a meeting a long time ago, and they were definitely in favor of, at least preliminary, of us joining together with the existing HOA. So we've had a lunch meeting, but nothing was crystallized. Just the idea was tossed around about joining the current HOA.
So you'd be in favor if?
Yeah, we wouldn't have any issues with that. It would be already an existing ownership. So yeah, we would be fine with that.
All right, thank you.
Member Kamkar?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, I want to get you to stand up again, but does the applicant intend to build homes, or are you just going to sell lots to build? I mean, are you just getting the zoning done and then trying to offload?
No, we're going to build the homes.
And then, okay, great. That helps quite a bit. And then the development staff, how many homes are we looking at if they get this R4 zoning? How many more units, roughly speaking? How many can they get to the acre on this? These reserves don't look that big, but
depending on layout and whether or not the Planning and Zoning Commission recommends for variances on the lot widths, I believe at most you could get 6 per
node,
per quadrant per node. So you're looking at about 24 at most.
Do we have a rough idea how many homes are in the Westwood Village subdivision?
Far more than 24 off the top of my head, but sounds like a great answer.
Just
185.
for the record, okay, all right. The only thing I would say, and I would say this to the council, is I think we have to solve this problem. The GB issue is outstanding and could change. My one item, and I would be willing to ask for an amendment, is that there has to be some consideration for a HOA solution prior to maybe issuing something, because what you don't want is unrestricted lots here. The easiest thing is for 24 lots to go into an existing structure, as opposed to go creating a separate association for 24 homes. I know that we can't mandate a lot of that, but that becomes a nuisance and a mess if it doesn't have some structure. The reality is these homes are going to be very different than what is existing, and so you would have to do that. But 24 homes doing their own thing on city streets with nobody essentially able to enforce anything is a recipe for disaster. Maybe not in the immediate future, but over time. So I would consider that motion to amend that there needs to be some kind of long-term association guiding this. I'm assuming Westwood Village has its own HOA, and every but Canterbury Park and Springfield all have some level of secondary association. So I just think you don't want to drop in 24 homes, especially if they have a completely different viewpoint into there. But I'm just trying to throw out us being prudent.
Yeah, and I think it's a good comment and a good thought. I'm wondering if we don't get into contract zoning though, only because that's a requirement for the zoning. That would be I just
Yeah, just to be clear, obviously a lot of times questions come up about things like this. What can you attach conditions on a straight up zoning case like this? Even questions about that are even development questions that occur at the development phase. But in this particular case, We are just trying to determine what is the highest and best use of this property. We cannot attach conditions to that because then you do get into what's called contract zoning. So would not be able to do that here. If we were doing a PD or something of that nature, we have more control over those elements. With CUPs, you can attach certain restrictions, even though CUPs are not technically zoning. But in a straight-up zoning case, would not be able to do that.
I mean, I think your comment is certainly appropriate.
Because here's the thing, out of the 24 people, there's going to be one nuisance neighbor.
Oh,
I promise you that. And it will be one where, the entrance to this one, all 150 people that go to this entrance, that nuisance neighbor is going to come be a problem. And at least you want some level of box around there. I retract the comment if that puts us in a place where we can't be. But I would advise very, very seriously to the applicant that you have some arrangement prior to building, because once you start building and this becomes something that goes to the back of your mind, this will be a disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah, and it's disjointed, so even if you had them on both ends, a single HOA, it's hard to manage. Any other questions, comments? I do have a couple of questions, and this is more in line with, I see the buildable area for an R4 zoning. What's the minimum square footage for R4? Is it 5,000 or is it 55?
5,000, 50 foot wide, 90 foot deep.
Okay, so the 110 looks like here I see on the survey gets close. So it's just over in some of the areas, but you've got to have. So for John or Martin, are we talking about a private drive? Again, access was an issue before. So, and I know that's not part of the zoning, but it's going to relate to, do they even have a buildable lot once you put drive access along the fence line?
Correct. So the last time this applicant was in for discussion on the townhomes, we had discussions about how to have access for these properties. And both McLean and Veterans Drive don't allow for residential single access points. So they have to have a shared access point, and most likely those access points would be along Springfield in order to have rear entry into the properties.
So, so with that, does that access drive count as the individual lot? I'm getting to the buildable square footage, because if you get down to a 50-foot wide lot and you have to have that shared drive, is the R4 going to get them at the end of the day below a buildable lot per our ordinance?
So the access easement, the private access easement, would likely be within those lot, and to count within the lot area, and that each of those lots would most likely push construction of the buildings as far to the fronts. That way they have that area for the vehicles to access and park in the rear.
So they could go all the way up to that 20-foot build line?
I believe it's a 25-foot.
Or 25-foot build line?
Why can't they?
Mayor, I just don't see where they're going to have a single point of access on a 110-foot deep lot or piece of property from the road with a 10-foot easement in front.
And I just say, these are the questions. This is why we have the development review process, right? I mean, we could sit here and leave it under commercial.
I understand that, John. I'm just trying to get a picture moving forward. And then it was mentioned in here that these would be on pier and beam and all of that. What's your, I don't see that in the write-up. So what?
Well, we didn't mention anything about that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Giving the opportunity to spell that.
We're going to basically make it look like the community. The general thought was that it's going to be probably 1,800 square feet home to a maximum of 2,400 square feet home.
That's all the questions I have. Any other questions, comments? All right.
Those are all good questions, but I'd rather get it to R4 and let the property owner deal with it, and then we get the risk of commercial coming in there tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. Residential use is, I mean, 110 foot deep. I don't know what kind of commercial use could you even have there, and it deserves to be developed if it has an opportunity to develop. So with that, we'll end this public hearing and move to new business item number 3. Mr. Carbone, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance 2000M-244. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report we've had, and questions, comments from council. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Barry.
Aye.
Member Owens. Member Koza.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right. With that, we'll move to new business item number 4. This is a public hearing, City of Pearland Community Development Block Grant, CDBG Program, Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Reports, or CAPER, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Program Years 2019, 2020, 2021, City of Pearland Fiscal Years 2020, 2021, and 2022. With that, Joel, I'll let you take it away.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we want to present information regarding 3 consolidated annual performance evaluation reports that are due to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We generally submit these reports each year following a program year of activity. However, these 3 years are also ones that were, one of which subject to coronavirus waivers and flexibilities issued by HUD in 2020 that allowed us an extension to submit that 2019 report. And as we've discussed in the past, there are 2 program years that were latent in being issued to the city due to issues between the city and the HUD regional field office. Those have been resolved, so we're now able to submit those evaluation reports and wrap up the obligations regarding our consolidated evaluation reports for these 3 years, and we'll be doing that over the next couple of weeks. But this public hearing is designed to provide the public, council, and others, staff, with the information necessary for us to move forward with the submission of those reports. Just a little, somewhat seem redundant. We present this information each and every time, and apologize for that, but it's important that we provide the public and others with information about the Community Development Block Grant Program and some of the basic elements of it. Again, these funds come from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We are one of the entitlement jurisdictions that receives these funds around the country because our population is over 50,000. And in 2006, 2007, we began to get our money directly from HUD. Prior to that, we were receiving money as a subrecipient from Brazoria County. The money is basically designed to assist in housing, social services, and redevelopment activities, and we get to determine how we spend those funds. Some suggest that this program is very restrictive. Just the opposite, it's a very flexible program as long as the end results are within HUD regulations regarding service to low to moderate income and that they take place within the entitlement jurisdiction along the lines of allowable expenditures. So just to give you an idea of the dollar amounts that are involved in these 3 years, the 2019 program, we were issued $429,719. In 2020, we actually received 2 allocations. One was the regular allocation amount that's calculated by the formula that we are receiving these funds based on, which is the $428,064. But we also received a coronavirus allocation of funds in the amount just over $695,000. And then we've got the last program year that represents our fiscal year 2022 of $462,666. And just to point out, HUD's program year is by name a year behind our fiscal year. So when we're in our fiscal year 2022, HUD refers to that as program year 2021. The program purpose, congressional intent, of course, is anti-poverty strategy. We have to meet one of 3 HUD national objectives when we use these funds. The primary purpose of our use is serve those with low to moderate income, and those are people or households that are 80% or below the metropolitan statistical area income. And for Brazoria County, Right now, that's a little over 103,000. The areas with 41.77% or more low to moderate income were areas we were able to serve with area benefit projects in 2019 and 2020. And that's because Pearland is what's referred to as an exception criteria city, because we don't have a census tract that has a single census tract that has 50% or more low to moderate income. So we generally operate based on the census block groups and are able to, because of those rules, operate at a lower percentage than the 51% or more that most entitlements have to operate. And the same for 2021, but that number, that percentage fluctuates based on population, income levels, and other formula characteristics. So it can change in future years. I anticipate it going down, actually, because as the economy comes out of the coronavirus setting, things will get back to normal. And when our income levels improve, our exception criteria status allows us to serve areas that are lower percentage LMI. And the coronavirus funds simply required that we have some nexus to coronavirus prevention and response. Just to give a little bit of information about the performance reporting requirements, there are 3 primary areas of reporting that we have to meet. One is a general that talks about the available resources that we received, how we allocated those, and to some extent based on geographic distribution, if that was a characteristic of our spending. The number of families and persons, households we assisted, and some of the fair housing, affordable housing, and homelessness characteristics that exist in the city that we update in this report on a regular basis. All right, just to get a little bit into the details of what we've actually accomplished over these program years. In 2020, we've probably got about 9 projects that were active during this time. We replaced waterline replacements in the CDBG target area, particularly in the Old Town site. And the numbers you see there are as we progressively installed PVC, replacing asbestos concrete material. Those are the numbers of households or numbers of connections that we began to serve. And actually our goal was to serve 1,505 households. And I think in total we end up serving about 2,400. So we're going to exceed that goal in that regard. The NAP transportation program, we purchased a van with HUD funds in 2020. But again, because of coronavirus impacts, we didn't get to put that vehicle into use until 2021. So that's where we start to see some activity as far as supporting the need for senior transportation in the community. Code enforcement has been a regular part of our work over the years. And as you can see, those are the numbers of citations and cases that came about through the code enforcement activities. One thing I do want to point out about the housing repair program, that's one that we also had to put on hold due to coronavirus. And because of the concerns about contractors and staff and the public coming in contact with each other during those times, that area of time was used to make some changes to the program. But it's back up and running now, and 2023 should be a pretty vibrant year as far as that work is concerned. We were able to get 3 homes repaired in 2022, so we're starting to see that work improve. The other programs are really sort of the social services compendium of work. We fund mental health services through Counseling Connections for Change. We provide ongoing rental assistance to the community, some of which involves our own allocations, not just through the Pearland Neighborhood Center. We give money out directly. And during the coronavirus time, we did, to the extent that we were able to help 35 households with rental assistance. But I think the largest social services activity, and one that was kind of dormant for a while, involved our homebound meal delivery. Actions of Brazoria has been involved in that work, and they've done an excellent job of making sure that seniors were able to access food delivery service during coronavirus especially, and their numbers are very high. And they provide, the information you see here is non-duplicated. So for households that are receiving 3 meals a day, there's a lot of activity there numerically, and I'm very impressed with the work that they've been able to do. The Forgotten Angels Vocational Facility came online last year as well, so that project was completed, and that allows the Forgotten Angels organization to be able to provide vocational education to the mentally disabled adults that they serve every year. And last but not least, NAP Center facility improvements. I think we have a technical issue. Eric's familiar with this, so he knows how to fix it. So the 136 you see there that were served in 2021, we did a kitchen renovation project that, again, had a nexus to coronavirus impact because that allowed them to provide meal service at the facility in a way that complied with CDC rules. So that was a good thing as well. Overall, we served 5,891 people or households during this time frame, which is good stuff. Next slide. So for the sake of time, I'll just talk through. The next slide really just talks about the dollar amounts we've spent. And over the course of these 3 program years, I think that total came to about $996,000. We've got a little over $2 million that was allocated during these timeframes, but several of those program years involve projects that are either subject to ongoing consideration because the non-construction or pre-construction work needs to take place, particularly with the NAP Center improvements. We plan to expand that facility and enclose an outdoor patio area that will serve additional folks. And there are a couple other projects that are going to be the subject of some reallocation. One, for example, the intention to do historic preservation for the train depot. That project did not come to fruition, I believe, because of some fundraising challenges. So we decided to revert those dollars elsewhere. And we'll come back to council at a later date and make those plan amendments and make those dollars go towards a suitable project. So with that said, I think that covers the basics and ends my staff presentation and pass back the balance to council.
All right, thank you, Joel. Always a good report. As always, we'll move forward to the opportunity for the public to weigh in on this public hearing and the Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report. Anyone have any questions or comments can go to the podium, give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Second request, those wishing to offer comment on this public hearing. Third and final time, anyone wishing to offer comment on this CDBG program public hearing. Seeing none, we'll move to questions, comments, concerns from City Council. Open it up. Anything? Member Carbone?
It's a good work, Joel.
Anything else? I concur. Always good job, Joel, putting all this together. For anybody, wanting to go and look at how these programs get administered, the strings and all the different things that are attached to it are difficult, and it's a maze. To get through it, and so we appreciate you endeavoring to get through these each and every time. All right, seeing no one else, questions or comments, we will end this docketed public hearing. Thank you again, Joel. With that, we will move to consent agenda. Did anybody have an item to be removed?
Mayor, I wanted to ask if it was possible to suspend the rules just for ECHO. I think we have some representatives here. I just would like to hear their reasoning for wanting this room. I mean,
what I was going to do was pull it and then get that done and then right to E. I wanted to recognize them for their efforts. You read my mind.
All right.
So with that, Mr. Hernandez, A&F, all right. So we will pull items A, E, and F. Items A through exception of A, E, and F. All right. You get that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I make a motion to approve consent agenda items A through G with the exceptions of A, E, and F.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade. Member Barry.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0.
And so with that, if there's no objection, we would like to, I will suspend the rules and bring A, E, and F all up this particular time. I did want to hear from the ladies on their room, naming rights on their room at the library. But before so, Member Hernandez, would you present item A real quick?
Yes, sir. Consideration possible action approval of minutes for the City Council special meeting and City Council regular meeting held on November 21st, 2022.
Motion and a second. Member Camcar, I believe you pulled that real quick.
Sorry, can we pull the item, clicking on there, and it's like item number 3 or 4? Under new business for this 21st meeting.
Damn, somebody speak up. Just in time.
Member Camcar, which item was it that you wanted brought up?
I believe it was item number 3 or 4 under new business for those minutes.
So item number 3 was the background impact and options related to corrections to the taxable value. Is that the item?
Yeah. Under item number 3, I thought it was an exceedingly charitable writing of the minutes in there. Instead of just saying it was for or against, it was something to the effect of, and we didn't want to do this because it would do that. And I just felt like that's a exceedingly charitable writing of the minutes. And I would hope that in the days forward, we would have a more straightforward writing of the minutes unless that's called out specifically at the dais. I would put it on the screen, but we're having an issue. So
Here we are.
there we go. Oh, there we go. I can't see it, but oh, there it is. In support of not interrupting any services, that doesn't reflect was that a for or against item. That's just a sentence saying something, and it doesn't have bearing to the way that the item was proposed. At least in the one above, it says Councilman Camcar proposed cutting this versus this item. This is just a sentence saying something, and then these 4 people were there. It doesn't say what in relation to what was the proposal. I'm just saying it's charitable. I'm not going to ask for a change. I'm just saying if we have the minutes there, it needs to reflect the discussion, or needs to say what did the public say. If it has to do with the council, is it in relation to for or against? It doesn't say. It's just a line saying in support of not interrupting any services. What is that in relation to the minutes, in relation to the act? So I don't have any other action on that. I just would like there to be a more straightforward writing of the minutes, if that would please the council. So.
Any other questions, comments? Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Barry.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Nay.
The motion passes 6-1.
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R2022-271. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any staff report?
Just briefly, Mayor, thank you. This is a recommendation for a naming rights agreement with the West Pearland Library Study Room 214 with Alpha Kappa Alpha Society and Psi Mu Omega chapter and the Pink and Green Charitable Foundation collectively. Staff, Brazoria County Library staff, as well as the Pearland Library Advisory Board have reviewed the terms and do recommend approval. Thank you.
All right. With that,
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I pulled this just to give the applicants for the naming rights an opportunity to say in the public arena why it's important that you have this opportunity. So if you wouldn't mind going to the podium and just briefly speaking on that. I just love to hear your reasoning. It provides that passion, and when we put names on things, I like to know what it means.
Good evening. My name is Kim Warren, and I am the president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Psi Mu Omega chapter. We service Pearland and Brazoria County, and we are an over 100-year-old community service organization. We are an international organization, and we do service the community here where we live in Pearland and Brazoria County. And we are really big on community service as well. Just one of the highlights is education and literacy. And so we utilize the library a lot. And we've also adopted books in the past. So we've done other things in the community, but just focusing on the library, we do take education and literacy and things like that very important. So being that we utilize the library, many of us have students and kids that utilize the library. We thought it would only be befitting that we would partner with our foundation, the Pink and Green Charitable Foundation, to give the $5,000 that would help benefit the library and have naming rights of one of the rooms.
Good evening. I'm July McShay. I'm the president of the Pink and Green Charitable Foundation. I am also a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Psi Mu Omega chapter. As president, I asked my board to approve this because of the importance of literacy, the importance of us bringing youth that we work with into the library. We gave away $15,000 in scholarships this past May to area students. We run programming. This year, this spring, will be our first in-person activities with our applicants. We don't just give scholarships because you write an essay. We actually are hands-on with our students, and we're aiming to double the amount of scholarships that we gave this past year during the pandemic and award students those monies. But we also want to give them best practices. I am a college professor. I teach government. And so it's really important to me to prepare them for college. And one of the best places they can do that and get those habits is in a library, and to understand the importance of using a study room. So the Pink and Green Charitable Foundation is so excited about this opportunity. And what puts the cherry on top for me is I grew up supporting the Friends of the Library because my mother drugged me to all of her meetings. And so when I saw the Friends of the Library was doing this, I knew this would be a wonderful Christmas gift to give my mom when I go home for Christmas in just a couple of weeks, to tell her that this got approved. And she planted that seed in me years ago. And so this is my new home, Texas. So this is really exciting. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Mayor, if I may also point out that AKA was also the recipient recently of a community service award for Keep
Yes.
Pearland Beautiful as well. So I can personally attest to their commitment to our community, and they've done a great job of showing up consistently. And I think it would be fantastic to have your name in this beautiful library.
It's awesome. It's organizations like this that we want to see involved, and the naming rights was set up exactly for this type of occasion. So we want to thank everybody involved in doing this. Just to brag a little bit about my weekend, I had the opportunity to see a ton of Pink and Green on Saturday, as I got to name Saturday itself the Miss Kim H. Warren Day in Pearland. For her, exactly. for her years of service, not only with this organization, but many organizations in Brazoria County, and truly making it a better place. And even tonight, with the passage of this, we're going to continue to make Pearland a better place, and you guys are helping to do that. And so I want to thank you for that personally, and you being here tonight, just giving us a little bit of pink and green, and I love it. So any other questions, comments from council? All right. Thank you very much. With that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Owens. Member Koza.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. All right, present F, please. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution number R2022-273. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. The Pearland Fire Department uses East Harris County Communications for contracted dispatching services. This is the renewal of that contract. I believe it's the second year we've been with East Harris County Communications, and the renewals in the amount of $325,000.
All right, I'll turn to the council member that pulled this.
Yes. I guess I just want to understand the interaction between this organization, and I know that recently we decided in the last budget that we wanted to try to hire more dispatch. What is that relationship? Obviously, this contract's $325,000. I don't think that takes care of all of our need, but I just want to understand, like, how do these interact, and then what is like the long-term solution or vision?
Sure. So our dispatchers that were in this past budget, they were for PD dispatch. So we only have employees that dispatch for PD exclusively. And then this service is contracted out, and it's for fire and EMS dispatching. So those two are separate right now. In the past, we have looked at the cost benefit of bringing that all in-house. It's an expensive endeavor. So long-term planning, we're still looking at what that looks like and how you could potentially bring that together. But as of now, and really for many, many years, we've had it set up where the fire department's contracted.
I just want to get clarity on that. I remember we discussed that proposition about a year ago, and I'm glad to see that we're letting East Harris County carry the lion's share on this, and maybe at a different point it makes sense, but for now this seems like a reasonable interim solution.
Good deal. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Hernandez.
Aye.
Member Cade.
Aye.
Member Berry.
Aye.
Member Owens.
Aye.
Member Koza.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone.
Aye.
Member Camcar.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, we'll move to new business continued. Member Cade, would you present item 4, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consideration and possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1619-1. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We'll turn to the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the first reading of budget amendment number 1 for fiscal year 23. This consists of a couple of major things: the FY22 carryovers, which is a normal part of our budgeting cycle at this time of year, and then it also adjusts the FY23 budget for the property tax reevaluation. This is step 1 to address the immediate impacts of the property tax reevaluation, and the next steps that will be worked on over the next few months are to better understand the long-term impacts and then the options to address those impacts. But this gets us squared back with the ratings agencies and to move forward at this point. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Eric Roche for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tonight, we have an update first on the unaudited and preliminary year-end standing for the general fund. Then we will review the property tax reevaluation budget adjustments and what's being proposed for those items and how we're adjusting the budget in light of the property tax news. Then we will move on to carryovers. We'll discuss what they are, the effects in the general fund, the enterprise fund, and several other funds. So starting with the general fund, looking at preliminary actuals, and I want to stress these are preliminary. So don't take this as absolute truth. There's still invoices being entered, and nothing is final until we close out the financial year and have it audited. But we always look at sort of where we're at as of today. In looking at the general fund, the takeaways I'll highlight for you is Revenue, we have a variance of, we came in about 1.5 million under in revenue, and then expenditures about 4.6 million less than we thought we would spend. Moving that forward, what that essentially does is create some fund balance very temporarily. I will say a lot of those expenditures that weren't spent in FY22 are being brought forward as considerations for carryovers tonight. Giving you a little more detail on the revenue in the general fund. Property taxes came in about 500,000 under. And then franchise fees, you see a number here of $1.2 million under. Wanted to give you a quick note on that. This happens every time this year. We are kind of waiting to receive the last of a quarterly payment from our electrical franchise fee. And that payment for the last 3 years has been 1.2 million. That's what we expect this year. So when that comes in, the final revenue number should be closer to 350K under expectations. On the expenditure side, salaries and wages came in as expected. Miscellaneous services, you can see $1.7 million less than budgeted. There are a considerable number of carryovers in those items. Same with repair and maintenance, materials and supplies, et cetera. Moving on to the property tax revaluation. If you saw the presentation last time we were here, this is going to be the same idea. So property taxes in the general fund are being reduced by $4.7 million. Interest earnings are being increased by $478,000 based on the actual amount of revenue we're seeing come in monthly. The ARPA transfer to the general fund, so that ARPA funding is being brought in to the general fund, will increase the fund balance by $815,000. The PEDC reimbursement for the Lower Kirby Regional Detention System, that reimbursement will also add $622,000 to the general fund balance. The net revenue change in the general fund is negative $2.8 million. However, this will keep us above the 90-day fund reserve policy. On the expenditure side, what's being adjusted downward are the motor pool. We are withholding the lease payments from the general fund to the motor pool fund. That will save $1.4 million in FY23 with the intention of adding it back in when funding is available. We're delaying the UDC update, which will reduce expenses by $300,000. It can always be funded later. That item would need to come to council and receive an appropriation from the fund balance before we can move forward on it. We also went back and examined previous suggestions given by council members on possible budget reductions during the budget discussions. The previous recommendations from council or from a council member were to look at the IT and facilities fund, and essentially we're reducing the fund balance there and moving it back to the general fund. We looked at those. They're doable if we want to have more fund balance in the general fund. It's also something that could be evaluated at a later date. It's unappropriated fund balance, so whether it gets moved tonight, in the future, or just hangs out in those funds, it's unappropriated. It won't be spent unless council approves those expenditures. And then on the carryover side, about $2.8 million in general fund items that were budgeted for in FY22 and the money is there for in FY22 are being brought forward tonight for the carryover amendments so that we can pay for those items in FY23 when we receive them. There are no new appropriations that we're asking for in the general fund. Moving into the tax-backed debt service fund. Property tax revaluation also affects the debt service fund. Here, what we are doing is we have some CIP funds, funds 506, 513, and 517. These hold bond proceeds, and therefore they generate income through interest. Normally it's not much, but right now in the current interest environment, there is some funding available to move over to the debt service fund. So we are proposing to move $250,000 from those CIP funds to the tax-backed debt service fund. Importantly, the projects that are budgeted for in these funds are not dependent on interest income. We never budget that as sort of a revenue stream that these projects depend on. So it's just kind of fund balance that's not budgeted for anything right now that we're proposing to move. We are also proposing restructuring $4.4 million in PIB bonds, as well as a separate cash defeasance of $9.5 million in COs. These two items will bring the tax-backed debt service fund approximately $4.8 million. for this year. And budget amendment number 1 is also correcting for a 2020 PIB refunding bond that was actually paid out of the enterprise debt service fund and was budgeted for in the tax debt service fund this year. We don't need it there, so it's freeing up an additional $450K. This is the tax-backed debt service fund income statement. Showing it here because there's no carryovers in this fund name. And you can see all the adjustments as they're being made, even down to like the $4 level. And the big takeaway is we remain about $8,000 over policy. Again, in the future, we could always move more funding into reserve in this fund if council would like to. Moving on to carryovers. Carryovers are the process of recognizing and moving expenditure items where the budget and revenue from for an item occurred in FY22, but we haven't received those items yet. It's a standard practice in municipal finance. You always have some POs that you just haven't gotten an item for. A lot of these are going to be things like cars that are just due to logistical delays of, hey, it's coming in FY23 instead of FY22. You got to move the money so that you can pay for it in FY23. All of these items have been approved in FY22 via the budget process. And a lot of them are funds for items that were funded just over the summer. So, those they haven't been totally spent out or they're just getting spun up. Importantly, carryovers are not any items under $500. They're not small dollar amounts. They're not savings, that are meant to compensate for any reductions that were done in the FY23 budget. And they're not unencumbered supply and operating accounts. So if you had $1,000 budgeted for pens and you only spent $500, too bad. You don't get to bring that $500 for pens forward into this year's budget. So looking at the general fund carryovers are approximately $2.8 million. I'll spare you the example, but it's just, things like, hey, we're still working on this traffic signal project over here. We're waiting for equipment. There are a few items below that I wanted to point out that don't have associated purchase orders, but they are recommended for carryovers because they're ongoing projects or they were mid-year allocations. So you have $64,000 for span wire installation, $3,000 for the Meritage development agreement that was in Riverstone Ranch. You have $60,000. This was a budget amendment 5 item from last year for improving our generators and connecting them to the building automation system, and $250,000 also funded in budget amendment number 5 for priority 1 generator repairs, and then $63,000 for a lease payment for a ladder truck. This income statement that you're seeing here combines both the property tax revaluation changes to the budget as well as carryovers. It's the same as we discussed last time, except for the beginning fund balance has been revised to the latest numbers, as well as carryovers. This was a plug number of 2.8 million, is now $6,000 less. The days of reserve, we're looking to keep this above 90. With this amended budget, we're projecting that we would end FY23 at 91.2. Moving into other fund carryovers, in the enterprise fund, we're looking to carry over $1.5 million essentially in expenses. In special revenue funds, there are some unique situations here, so it's a little bit more text. I'm going to pass this over to Joel to talk about.
Thank you, Eric. So one caveat with the special revenue funds involving grants and the carryover process is it is also an opportunity to budget for new grants that we may have become aware about and that we're going to receive that were not part of the FY23 budget process, but we know we're going to get, and we need to incorporate those. And we're still working those factors into the equation so that as things come along in the next few months, we'll be able to utilize those resources for projects. One important one, of course, is the $14 million that we're anticipating from the General Land Office. Beginning in January, we start the submission of our project details. And next Monday night, we'll discuss those in more detail with an action item, as well as a $2 million allocation that's coming from a special appropriation from Congress. Staff were able to conjure up support from Congressman Nels to get a community project funding allocation for Smith Ranch Road's expansion project, and a few other things. So the dollar amounts you'll see on the next slide, I think, are going to be subject to adjustment. We're trying to make sure we work those numbers in so that Number one, we relieve council of having to take subsequent action on a multiple basis over the course of the year, and we don't have to wait until mid-year to start to spend dollars. And I think there's some discussion about the GLO projects and incurring expenses as soon as we start to get those funds on site so that we can get the pre-construction work going and move quickly to get the drainage projects associated with that work moving forward. So we do have some continuing work we need to do this week to get those numbers settled. But preliminarily, this is what they look like right now, but I think they'll change. I'm confident they'll change. And that's it. Unless there are any questions.
Thank you very much. You can also see we're adjusting some other special revenue funds as well as a CIP PAYGO fund. Moving on to the motor pool fund, we have approximately $5.4 million in expense carryovers. This is some of its parts, a lot of its vehicles and equipment. You're all familiar with the logistics issues that vehicle suppliers are having. City is no different, so we're waiting to receive these vehicles. Looking at other internal service funds, no new appropriations in the risk management fund. The IT fund doesn't contain any new appropriations. If you're looking at why our expense and revenue the same, it's kind of a leftover figment from the fact that IT fund and the facilities fund are new this year. So items that were approved via budget amendment last year in the general fund are still over here back in the general fund in FY22. So as we carry them over, you got to bring them across funds so it shows up as revenue in the IT fund and then the same expenditure. So no new items being added. It's just kind of a one-time deal since these funds were stood up for FY23.
Hey, Eric.
Yes.
Real quick. The risk management fund, is this where we pull our premiums from?
I believe so. Or every
200,000. Yes.
What's the question?
I'll just say. No, you answered my question. Thanks.
Okay, sorry. And then we also have some PEDC carryovers. These items amount to $185,000, and they've been approved by the PEDC board. So we're submitting them for approval by the council as well. Next steps, we will have second reading on this on December 12th. Staff are going to continue to evaluate the long-term impacts of the property tax revaluation. Tonight is kind of step one. But, we're going to keep looking at recurring revenues and expenditures in the general fund and the debt service fund, along with the implications for, long-term scenarios and the proposed bond referendum for drainage, among other things, as well as looking at the property tax process audit and whatever those recommendations are when they come forward. We look forward to working with them and improving the process. That is all I had, so I'll hand it back to the city manager.
So just to wrap up, next steps, we're looking at of course, the tax worksheet that was signed, and then we're looking at the corrected tax worksheet, and then trying to work out longer term FY24 and beyond scenarios of what things look like based on different growth scenarios. And, we're also looking to work with a company that can help us look at those valuations and what's already hit the 10% threshold and how that impacts the growth over the next year. So we can start getting some good revenue projections soon, and we can then start to understand the long-term things we may need to look at to finalize our adjustments based on the tax revaluation. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, good thing. Thank you, Trent. Thank you, Eric, Joel, for the presentation. I think it was used earlier, we're in a pickle. And it's a good way to put it. I'd like to put it a little bit different way, and I'm going to make my comments on the front end of this. What we've gone through as a city with this action, and again, thankfully we caught this valuation issue 1 month into our budget, not 5 or 6 months into our budget. So we have some opportunity to adjust on the front end of it. But what we've sustained is just like if somebody goes out here and gets into a major car accident or something like that, and you sustain bodily injury, if a EMS team rolls up on the scene or gets you to a hospital, you go through what they call triage that allows they've got to assess and how you, in other words, either stop the bleeding or make sure that the body is alive. And so they've got to do what they've got to do to make that happen. And I kind of feel like we've been in triage, and this particular action is like triage. We've sustained a hit. We've got to do what's appropriate to make sure that our body is stabilized. And then ultimately, if you go in for that and you're in a hospital and they do that and they stabilize you, they do additional testing to find out what the course of action is. What is our treatment scenario? Some treatments become surgery. Some treatments are medication. Some treatments are rest and heal and recovery, or a combination of all three. And so if you would, put my supplement number 1 up. I shared this on behalf of the audit committee, asked staff back middle of last week to look at future scenarios. So part of the testing that we need to do moving forward is where are we going to land with some good estimates, where are we going to land come budget time this next year, and if we can look beyond that, we need to look beyond it. So what I've asked them to do is compare our worksheet. Let's assume for a minute, a couple assumptions. One, we have to use the inaccurate worksheet. Let's assume if we have to use that, what is it going to look like moving into our budget time under a valuation increase of 5%, 8%, 10%. It may be lower, may be higher, but I think those are 3 good numbers to kind of shoot for. I can even talk from it. We don't necessarily have to show it. Council got it back earlier today. And do the same thing whether or not, if we are able to get a corrected worksheet. And what does that look like? And we need to know that as soon as possible. I've asked staff if we can we get that by the end of this month, 1st of January timeframe. Take some time, make sure that we really look into it and have a best guess, if you will, moving forward. That's based in some good numbers, based in fact. And that's going to help us with a course of treatment moving forward. And I think we need to be very intentional in how we do this. We need to be very business and focused, business oriented. There it is there, staff proposed budget amendment. Using that as a starting point. If we do something different tonight, that's fine as well. We can correct it and do what we propose, what ultimately passes tonight. I just use that as a starting point. But I think we need to also look for any and all revenue above budget that may come in, whether it's additional property tax or additional sales tax and all those kind of things. We need to do a couple of things. One, I think we need to make sure that we stabilize that debt service reserves. If you'll look, we had about $8,000 in reserve above policy. Historically, we usually have more than that. So it'd be nice to first 100, 200,000, if we're able to get that up in sales tax, put that into debt service reserve. I did ask our financial advisor if we can legally put sales tax into there, and he said yes, we can transfer those dollars into that. So I'd like us to be looking in that direction, and then dollars above that, repaying this motor pool fund, the $1.4 million, so that is made back whole. And then anything above that, I think we really need to be holding as much cash as possible, putting it into fund balance, making sure that we have a healthy fund balance going into next budget year, because I think it's going to be critical that we show doing that. So what I'm proposing would be, unless there's an emergency, a true emergency on the street, our mid-year budget amendment, and we've saved some money, that savings goes into fund balance so we can deal with our budget issues as we move forward. And then, and I know next Monday night we're going to have our bond committee, our Citizens Drainage Bond Committee come in, and I think we, during this process, need to have a very serious conversation about whether or not the bond program goes in 23 or does it go in 24. Because I think with part of our impact being on the debt service side, we really need to look at these projections, and I think it's going to be telling on whether or not we can move forward with the voters in 23 versus 24 and beyond. That doesn't mean that if we did move to 24, it doesn't mean that drainage projects won't happen. We still have the $14.8 million of GLO monies that is not part of our debt service or anything like that. So we can move forward on some drainage projects in the interim and get those up and running and still address some much needed drainage problems. Additional, I think as soon as we can, I think instead of having our February strategic planning retreat, it's probably going to end up being a February budget retreat where we're talking about next year's budget specifically and giving direction to staff on positions, for example. I think our directors and all of our department heads are going to need to know for their future planning, do we hold positions, do we not? How specifically are we going to look at that? I know attrition, if people leave during this budget year, do we replace those positions immediately? Do we come up with some kind of a metrics on what positions may be replaced immediately versus those that are not? Those are ways to, again, hopefully save some dollars in the interim. And then quite frankly, on the debt service side, because of the refunding that we've had to do and potential impacts in future years, we may have to look at seriously delaying certain projects. Certainly there are projects like Smith Ranch Road that are gearing up. We've got funding in place for that. Those are projects that we need to move forward. But there's going to be projects that we may need to seriously look at delaying them. I did 2 weeks ago state that Mr. Kamkar's proposal needed to have some serious look. I think it had some merit to it with the internal service funds. I have taken a look at it over the last two weeks. One of the things that I noticed in that is it's got some impacts from the enterprise fund that comes into that. It's not just general fund. So of the almost $2.5 million that would come out of there, it would go to about $2 million. So there's almost $500,000 or a little over $400,000 that would be enterprise fund related. So that number would come down a little bit. I wanted to share that with you. And so, but I didn't see anything else in the memo that got to the 4.7. I know you had talked back in the budget time, but the budget memo you were talking from that night only had the internal service funds. So I didn't see anything else that got to necessarily the $4.7 million gap. So it's a pickle we're in. I think the process and the program that staff has come up with does a great job at closing the gap in the interim. We look at what the long-term effects are going to be. We continue to work over the next several months to get there. I want to remind folks that Moody's and others have taken a look at staff's plan. They liked it. It's one of the reasons why they kind of backed off some of their early comments, as well as the fact that we have strong liquidity to be able to sustain this and get through it. So with that, I'd like to thank staff for their efforts over the last. It's been a month, a little over about a month since we found this out, and it's not been a fun month with any shape or form. But I appreciate the efforts. I know you guys have worked hard, administration and others, and all of our department heads in pitching in to figure out how we get this done. So with that, turn it over to council for questions and comments. Anything?
Age before beauty, Jeff. You have a beard on. You look more distinguished than I do.
Mr. Berry?
I just wanted to thank staff and the response in getting all this put together. I really appreciate the hard work y'all put into it. I'm not, again, I'm not real happy about it. I mean, none of us are, but it's a testament to the position that we left ourselves in over the last year, being able to have the reserve funds available to be able to keep ourselves, still be able to offset some of those increases or the loss of the proposed property values, and still being able to stay over the 90-day mark. So that's a testament to, our conservative values in the past. In addition to, we are kind of, as I mentioned earlier, our risk management fund is at about $10,000. Our property premiums are about $200,000. So we're kind of going to get back into that mode next year, trying to figure out how to build up those reserve funds again to motor pool and IT and things of that sort to be able to get those reserve funds available in the future so that we don't have to hit our operating fund on a regular basis. So thanks again. Appreciate all the hard work on that.
Very good. Thank you for that. Member Kamkar?
I think the piranhas are circling me and trying to bracket me, but that's okay. I asked permission from Member Carbone and Koza to be disagreeable, and they've told me they won't hit me with the 2x4, at least immediately. I want to thank you to the members. Mr. Calderon, can we pull up my memo? I know we've had some difficulties here, and so I'll kind of filibuster a little bit. But before I go there, I just want to ask, how many open positions do we currently have at the city? I guess as of the end of maybe the end of the year or December beginning, I don't know. We're in the 5th. Is there a general number there that we have?
Yeah, one second, I can get that for you.
I think right now we've got posted somewhere a little bit over 20, maybe around 22 positions. Many of those are in the enterprise fund. Some of those are in public safety, and then there's several of them in the finance department as well, and then a handful parks crews and part-time people.
Okay, so it's not like 1 or 2, but it's not like 90 either. So it's somewhere in the middle.
It's around 22, I think. That's what we have posted right now.
Eric, you don't have some other gigantic number in between you guys are concurring?
I think it might be 30.
Let's call
it's
it
not
20.
90 now.
Let's call it 25 then, just for the sake of the discussion. All right. Cool. I wrote this today kind of frantically, and I guess I try to internalize all of the data. We've been dealing with this for like a month. Well, actually longer than that, but I guess right now, I would round it up to a month. And essentially, we've got a $4.7 million gap on the M&O or discretionary spending side, and then the balance of it is in the debt, which gets us to a little over 10 million. But that has a more defined structure on the solution. This we can very easily adjust the levers. And I guess the point when I put these on the bullet points, and I guess we're adjusting up interest expense revenues, and we're moving one-time money to the general fund, almost $815,000 from ARPA. Community grant funding is up almost $150,000, and other transfers from fund balance, $233,000. And taking one-time money from the general fund from the Lower Kirby district for $622,000. And then we are decreasing, I think, $1.4 million out of the motor pool, which is a special fund. It's essentially a piggy bank within the city, but for motor pool items. And then we're canceling the UDC rewrite, which is, if you were here, we kind of probably need to do, but I guess that was the lowest hanging fruit that we did. And the point I wanted to make was that these kind of solutions get us to a moment, but don't really address the long-term structural issues. I think the mayor spoke about it. What happens later on? We passed the largest budget in the history of the city, $110 million. And as you know, if you follow the city, general fund expenditures are usually recurring. There's a couple of one-time items every now and then that are big chunks, but a lot of these are recurring items. And as you notice, when I put this list together, there's very few recurring items on here. It's one time, get us past today. I think the mayor put it succinctly. It is a triage item. It is not a long-term solution item. I will go and scroll down a little bit. And I just made my comment as bold and just straightforward. We consider more recurring expenses to be increased or cut from the budget. The reality is there's two ways to make up a hole: stop spending money or bring in more money. And I think we can control the spending piece. And I guess that's where I'm getting more frustration than I think other places. So can we go to item B? As I've thought about this, because we've been circling this date, the part that I get the most frustration is how the hell did we get here? I apologize for saying the HE double hockey sticks. I guess that's my frustration blowing through. But how do we go from diddy bopping along at $250,000 every year to 3.1 billion? I still don't understand how anybody that has any common sense would say how any of these other lines here relate, and then all of a sudden we have a hockey stick in value. I don't. I just don't. It just befuddles me. Like, it feels like we hit the magic 8 ball and we got a response that we liked, and we didn't vet, is the magic 8 ball right? And I guess that's where I'm at. When I look at this and we dovetail this, can we go to item E, Mr. Calderon? Let's scroll back just a little bit. You're doing a great job, by the way. This is all those general fund expenses that we're talking about. There's 110 million in the lower right corner. We went from 99.5 to 110 in 1 year. We grew faster than inflation, and nobody asked the question, does this make sense? We were just very happy with the answer. And I guess the point that I'm struggling with is, how do we get here with all of these essentially recurring expenses, and we are not cutting any recurring expenses? All of us are struggling with at the HEB or at the pump with recurring expenses, and most of us are not having a special district come and give us $600,000. We're actually having to say we're going to put something back on the shelf, and we're not doing that in this instance. To the tune of 4.7 million, we need to cut. We're only doing 1.4, 1.7 in recurring expenses. It just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense here. And I appreciate that we are trying to triage, but the reality is a year from now, when the 1.3 billion in value doesn't show up that we're missing, we are going to be having a very uncomfortable conversation about a homestead cap exemption that prevented families from feeling an increase in taxes. But the reality is the businesses and the water payers, the rate payers, are going to feel the pinch of this budget already because they don't have an exemption. They're already getting screwed. And so I guess I'm just frustrated with this situation. I'm frustrated that the answers are essentially one-time smoke and mirror kind of gimmicks. It's essentially baling wire. Can we pull up the document, the item 1? We should be tackling the city manager's department, human resources, finance, technology, public works. We should be having honest and earnest conversations about this, and we don't seem to be doing that. And I think that's the most frustrating part to me. We have 25 open spots. I asked for a hiring freeze. We can't get any more movement on that, a contractor freeze, so we can stop spending money, but that doesn't seem to be the will of anybody, whether it be the staff or the council, to move forward on that. I don't know. I guess going back to these solutions, I think we can have some discussions around there. The mayor pointed out we don't have 4.7 million in a recommendation. There were discussions during the budget process with some of the members about actually making those cuts. And I thought they were good discussions. I thought we were going to throw the ball and somebody was going to catch it, and we would cut this budget, and maybe this hole would not be bigger, but we didn't have that. We did this 60 days ago, and to the mayor's point, we shouldn't be having changes this early, but we're essentially in a triage situation where we're essentially scrambling, and this is essentially at gunpoint because Moody's, told us they were going to give us a downgrade. And then we did all these maneuvers, and then they said, no, we're good now. So can we pull up the last item, Mr. Calderon? The one thing I would struggle with, and I voiced this in the background, is, and we'll go to item number 3, I think here, is I've struggled with the credibility gap that I think we have. These presentations are really good, but I feel like the people who helped get us here are the ones that are providing the solutions, and I am struggling with those solutions. There's a just tremendous credibility gap that I don't think is going to go away anytime soon until we see better answers. I just feel like we are scrambling here, and that's not good. It's going to be item number 1 in the new business, was essentially the vote. Here's my last point. We are not doing what we need to do to get recurring expenses down. We are doing smoke and mirrors to continue these tax and spend policies. We had an opportunity 60 days ago to go and do this, and I could not get anybody on this council to be willing to spend one less dollar. We tried to amend down money, couldn't get a second. We have an opportunity tonight, maybe next Monday night, to actually make some cuts where we don't have to feel long-term pain. But we have to be willing to have the courage to go do that. We did not want to go spend $1 less now, and now at gunpoint from Moody's, we're going to be spending $10.3 million less. Let's just do what needs to happen tonight and go get more. And let's go do it out of recurring items, not one-time items. That would be my request. I will throw the ball. I will listen to any proposal that anybody would do on recurring items. I will listen to anything. I will second anything. But we should have done this 60 days ago, and we wouldn't have anybody willing to spend $1 less. And now we're being told we got to spend 10.7 less. I'm willing to do whatever you guys want to go, but we need to do something beyond these smoke and mirror accounting kind of tricks. 1.7 million is of recurring items or one-time items isn't going to do it. That's my time.
Real quick, staff, I don't think these are gimmicks. So I don't appreciate the word gimmicks and all those kind of things. That's coming from one member. It's not coming from the body. Also, since we have this supplement in, go to page 95 of 359 right there. This is the budget memo that was delivered to council with the budget on August the 5th. Scroll down to property tax base and rate. Every single member of council got this letter with their budget. Look at the second paragraph under property tax base and rate. There it is, 28% increase from the prior year. Every member of this council supposedly read that. No one from council questioned it either. Not to that extent.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Not enough to stop the process. Nobody raised a flag. Nobody trumpeted. There was one question about asking about this, but also in this particular memo, the higher amount is attributable to 3.1 billion increase in net taxable value. The amount is large and been re-verified by the Brazoria County Tax Office from reports of the 3 county appraisal districts. So every member of council saw this. Okay, I've given you your chance. Just please. And so we can point blame all we want. We're going to have a special audit group that's going to look into exactly where and how this got here. And belittling staff and those types of things does not help, does not advance the ball. The second thing I'd like to ask Mr. Roche, we've talked about 25 or 30. How many of those 25 or 30 are in the enterprise fund?
Those were general fund only positions.
General fund only. How many of those are in finance?
6, sir.
So do we want to put a hiring freeze on finance where we know we have?
We have 3 coming on board on Monday and 6 more vacant right now. It's approximately a third of my staff on the finance side.
Yeah. How many of those are in public work or in public safety positions? 4?
Approximately 8 of them, sir.
How many?
8, sir.
So we're going to do a hiring freeze on public safety? I'm asking.
Respond?
Sure.
Yeah, the irony, and I appreciate the mayor bringing this up, the re-verified was so poor as to not actually be verified, or is a one question, this looks big, and the other person on the other end of the email said, yeah, that is big. So the idea that this was verified with any level of scrutiny is not correct. And the second thing, in the notations under page 57 of the budget book, those notations were eliminated as compared to year over year, and so they looked misleading. And the third thing is, with respect, Mayor, these recommendations, I believe, were under the old city manager who was subsequently fired for negligent conduct or asked to be. These recommendations they have a cloud on them. And it's no disrespect to anybody, but I understand we're in an emergency situation. but it's very hard to give the keys back to the people who drive us into the ditch. And I'm just uncomfortable with that.
Well, and
I can't speak for anybody else. I speak for myself.
And I'm just making a point for the record that you're speaking on behalf of yourself. And that's fine.
And I'm exceptionally willing to own that I am uncomfortable with this proposal. It doesn't actually address the tax and spend policies. It doesn't address the issues that we really have. It is essentially smoke and mirrors to get past this point. We should have had a more robust discussion around trying to cut general fund expenses, and we didn't do that.
Now, with respect to cutting an additional $4 million at the time of budget, so about 3 weeks ago, I asked, had we cut the $4 million in the budget, that means we would have gone to about a 59-cent tax rate, and at the time, and so that's roughly the math. It might have been 59.2 or something like that. Been around 59 cents. So I actually asked, had we adopted a 59-cent tax rate during the budget and cut the budget, the $4 million, what type of hole would we be in today? Because again, we still had a value of an additional $1.3 billion. And today, instead of a $10 million gap, we would have a $19.4 million gap.
Yeah. Here's the issue, Mayor. If we had actually done our jobs at the time and looked at this when we had the mayor and the city manager telling us the worksheets were bad, we would have stopped the process.
And you are correct. And so with that, that's part of what we've got to figure out is when do we raise that flag and start the process? You are absolutely correct. And every member of this council has said there was a point in time where we should have stopped the process and backed up. At the same time, had Harris County actually sent us the certified values,
Agreed.
not the county. County assumed they came to us. Had Brazoria County sent it to us on, August the 31st, when they sent it to the Brazoria County, we would have had the certified values prior to passing our budget. It would have been painful in the last minutes of our budget to have reevaluated. We wouldn't be here tonight doing this. And so, just a second. And so there's a lot that goes on outside these doors. There's a lot that goes on inside these doors. And I want to make sure that I've run the numbers and asked the numbers to be run. We would be in a deeper hole. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have cut or not cut or all those kind of things. I'm just saying had we cut and gone to a 59-cent budget, we would be looking at a $19 million hole, not a 10. And so with that, I'm going to let other members pass it on. You get to, as you put.
They haven't hit me with the 2x4 yet.
Exactly. And I don't want to see that happen. I want to see this to be a free flow of ideas and you not necessarily responding to every single comment. All right? Thank you for that. Member Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, I think that there's probably, for me, the truth is somewhere in the middle of everything that's been said. I think we got lucky adopting the rate that we did, obviously. But looking at, I think from an outsider's perspective, when you're thinking about a budget like this, those one-time expenses are always going to be the low-hanging fruit. They're going to be the easier ones because so many of the recurring expenses are going to be staff. They're going to be salaries, wages, benefits. They're going to be all the dollars we have going into software and stuff that runs the day-to-day of all the websites and the way that we interact with the public and manage the business of the city. And those things are just really, really hard to cut. I think there were cuts that were put forward, and as you pointed out, we're lucky that maybe we didn't do those things, though I think, there was probably some room to make those cuts, but we got lucky that we didn't. I don't think that maybe trying to assign motive or anything like that is necessarily the most productive type of discourse, and so I want to avoid that. And then I'll also say that one of the things that I feel like I've gained from this now being on council for 4 years is the fact the way that I interpreted our communication with the rating agencies was not that, hey, we're putting a gun to your head and we did a little dance and then things changed, but rather it was a testimony to the work that we have done up to this point. And I'm, not 100% proud of all the decisions that we've made as a council budget-wise, but overall we've found our compromise, and I think it's pretty well known that I'm one to try to find consensus where it lives and move forward with consensus rather than contention, because I think that's just better government in the end. So I think there's truth in all the statements to a degree, but for me it lies somewhere in the middle, and I'm just really happy that we don't have to, shut down the government, that we can make ends meet. I really think we got lucky here. Hopefully there are lessons to be learned by everyone involved. I don't know that I've really heard much from Harris County, but, now we've got a much sharper eye turned to them. And we did have some spikes in value that were slightly more significant than others from year to year, not to the degree that we saw this time. And I, I don't know. I'm always hesitant to try to point one finger at one person, because I know that I'm part of the decision-making body, sure. And I don't know, but I guess to the point that was made about the recurring expenses and moving forward and finding those opportunities, I would like for staff to have a more critical eye on presenting at least the options. I think it has, whenever member Cade and I were talking about some of the options that we had, I think at a meeting prior to the point to where we were up here actually getting ready to vote on something or put amendments forward, we had asked, hey, can you give us options A, B, and C and kind of show what those look like? And I just wish that we had some of those types of scenarios presented a little earlier on in the process, kind of moving forward. Not to say that the ball was dropped, but I think that's direction that's been given now, and hopefully, seeing head nods and things like that, we will receive that. Along the pathway, Mayor, I've seen dramatic improvement in the way that the information has been presented to us, much easier than it used to be. The very first budget I went through, I remember kind of breaking it up with another member of this body who's no longer here, but being up till 3:30 in the morning, splitting up funds and trying to go through and comb through stuff. We made spreadsheets, sent them to the city manager and had him go through everything and justify every expense. And I mean, it's just really exhausting. And now we've got way better tools to drill down. And I think we're getting better. We're a city that obviously has grown very quickly compared to other cities. And, we've had a lot of turnover in certain departments. I don't want to assign, any motive or reasoning as to why that may be. But I see our staff working diligently to take the information, the feedback that we provide and give us better quality. One of the things that Member Kamkar does say that I agree with, and I think we've made attempts to improve, is garbage in, garbage out. And I think that the quality of the garbage, well, like being from the world of recycling and garbage, our contamination rate is going lower and lower year over year. So I'm thankful for that. And those are just my comments. Generally, I'm thankful for this work. I think that what was presented and your ideas are in line with, I think, what I had communicated with staff as well, trying to put as much back into our fund balance as possible. Would be good. And that's all I wanted to add to this, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Anything?
Thanks, Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for, earlier the mayor said, it's been a month, and man, has it been a month. And that's from the dais, not from here at City Hall. Although I've been here more than I'd like to. So thank you all. Yeah. And just to clarify, earlier it was mentioned that the former city manager was fired for neglect or negligence, and that's not how I remember it. And, staff, we had discussions when this first came out of we don't want to affect the level of service to the citizens. And when you start, if you want to put a hiring freeze on public safety or finance or wherever, that's going to cut service immediately. So I'm thankful for what you've put together. What the mayor requested, the couple options with the 5, 8, and 10% growth, I think that'll allow us to look into the future to see where we're headed. But I think right now there's something put together that's not going to affect the level of service, but still close the gap and keep the rating agencies happy. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to tell staff thank you for the valiant effort that you've done. This problem was created by one entity. All of us failed to address it and figure it out during the budget process. Member Kamkar's famous chart that he likes to go to, we all had the ability to raise our hand and say something. Not one of us did. The text that Mayor Cole brought up basically said, you know, here's where we're at, here's what happened. Made sense. From there, you know, we didn't, or we're unable to be able to cipher through it and figure out what's right, wrong, or indifferent with it. We got handed this, and I think what y'all have come up with is a reasonable solution. From there, is it perfect? Is it what I like? No. I stated last time, out of anybody at this dais, the impacts that it has on the residential and commercial aspect of it impacts me and my family the most. We've been here quite some time, and the properties that we own, it will impact us. And therefore, I understand the pain that the citizens, both from a residential and a commercial aspect, will have to go through. From there, you know, kind of the process, the way it goes through, you put up an amendment, and if you have a second, then we get to discuss it. From there, asking the city manager to come up with $4.7 million and we'll talk about it, I felt was negligent. Remember, Kamkar, if you did have proposals, put them on the table, get a second. From there, you know, if we have a discussion on it, we discuss it. If it fails, and that's the way the process is. So from that, that's all I've got to say. Thank you, Mayor.
I'd like to just respond to Member Koza. I appreciate all your comments. I think that they're well thought out. I think there's a couple of parts that are a little foggy and we're missing, but there was never a point in any one of the budget discussions, nor when we actually voted, did I support these budgets. I said repeatedly out loud, it was categorized in the media, that this was not a budget the citizens could afford nor the businesses. I am on the record repeatedly on that. The idea that we didn't discuss that this was a budget too big, that was never there. I said it repeatedly, this is the largest in the history of the city, and that we couldn't afford it. And it turns out that the budget was built on a lot of fictitious numbers. I mean, that's just the meat of it. There's a reason why we have an interim city manager, because the city manager didn't do the diligence needed to provide us a budget that we could vote on that was actually tied to any sense of reality. So here's what I'm going to say. We can, if we want to cut the budget, I'm going to put a motion out there. It's probably going to fail for a second, but that's okay. I'm very comfortable being on the end of a 6-1 vote. But I'm going to make a motion that we ask the staff to cut $4.7 million in recurring expenses and bring that back on the 12/12 meeting, which would be next Monday night.
I have a motion.
Can I ask for clarification? You're asking for staff to put together a proposal?
I'm asking for them to put together a package. They have put together a package of one-time and non-recurring items, with one item being recurring, which is the motor pool fund. I would like to see, to your point, Member Hernandez, a package of recurring expenses that we can go do this. And if we get more dollars down the line from other sources, I am happy to go and address that at a later budget amendment. But the reality is this: if we don't take care of recurring expenses, those 110 million, majority of those are recurring expenses, we're going to be in this pickle fast forward 6 or 9 months. So I'm going to make the motion again for a proposal of a package of cuts of 4.7 million in recurring expenses in the general fund.
Mayor, Member Kamkar, just for clarification, we started this budget process with a $107.5 million budget from last year. That was the actual budget. We went to a $110 million budget this year based on inflated numbers. So now we're coming back down to a $107 million budget, and you want to go down to a $103 million budget, which would negate every one of the budget amendments you voted for last year. So I'm not understanding where you're coming from. You keep coming up with this $4.7 million number. It's a phantom number. It's just a number. I guess maybe you picked it out of the sky. I have no idea.
May I respond?
And I would go
Please
further.
respond, because I really want to understand
And
where
I
you're
would
coming
go
from.
further.
Some order. I'm trying to respond to Member
Well, first off, you're interrupting him. Let him finish his comments, and I'm going to let you respond.
Thank you, Mayor.
You shouldn't be cutting him off.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you.
No, I'm fine with it. Thank you, Mayor. But please tell me where this number comes from. Is it a magic number? I mean,
I'll let you respond.
Thank you, Member Berry. The 4.7 million came from the budget presentation that they're saying Moody's is asking us to cut. This isn't Alex Kamkar's favorite number. This is a requested item out of the discretionary spending that Moody's is asking us to cut. It's part of the $10+ million Moody's is asking us to cut. So if you want to characterize it as this is my favorite made up number, that's completely not correct. I'm asking us out of the discretionary side of our general fund to cut $4.7 million in recurring expenses per the guidance from the staff. So I'm going to make that motion one more time. I'd like to make a motion for a proposal to be brought at the next meeting, so this would be the 12/12 meeting, I believe, for a package to vote on of 4.7 in recurring expenses out of the general fund.
Can I ask something? Okay.
Okay. I still haven't gotten a second. So Member Cade, did you have a question real quick?
I just want to ask, every year is the budget increased? Every year? Yeah.
I've lived in Pearland for 45 years, and I bet you there's not a year in the last 45 years that the budget hasn't gone up. Why? Because we've grown as a community each and every year.
Thank you.
Period. Every single year is the highest budget that the city has ever had.
Thank you.
I mean, that's just a fact. So, just happens that way. So, your amendment failed for lack of a second. I think it's a good opportunity.
Mayor, for a point of personal privilege, can I get that recorded for the minutes, that the amendment failed for lack of a second?
Sure. I think it gets
Thank you.
recorded every one of those. That's fine. I think, Member Koza, you had started to say something a minute ago.
Yes. What I'd like to say is the 4.7 here again had no meat. There was nothing proposed. It was come up with something for me. And I don't appreciate that. Bring in your ideas, have them laid out so we can have a discussion. That's the reason why they failed.
So with that, any other questions, comments? Member?
I do, to Member Koza's point, in bringing it up and us having a second so we can discuss it, we didn't get that far because we discussed it beforehand.
Right.
So
I think the point is.
So the lack of the second.
Yeah, the point is we've all come up with various ideas or thoughts. I think what the members are asking for is if you have a plan, offer that plan. Staff has offered a plan. We've offered a few things here and there. You have a plan, offer the plan. The staff has a plan. The body is listening to what staff's report is. Moody's has looked at staff's plan and likes it. It does address the immediacy of the shortfall. As I said, this is in triage. Now what we need to do over the subsequent months is really dig in and lay the groundwork for next budget season. And even potentially the year after that. I mean, this is going to be a couple of years growing out of this, and we'll get there. And I have confidence that we'll get there. Why? Because we have to. And it's important that we have to. So again, I think what's on the table, and we'll have a second reading for this in our next meeting. And so I don't even know if it's realistic for staff. I mean, it's taken them a month to get this plan. And it probably took them probably a good 2 weeks. You've tweaked it some in the last couple of weeks, but in 2 weeks' time, you had somewhat of a plan to scrap this and come up with a brand new plan I think we can certainly direct it. That's what's council's privilege to do. But the reason the minutes reflected earlier that you questioned comments around no cut in services was because from time to time, even yourself have questioned where did the four comments come from to move us in that direction. So they're starting to put things into minutes from what they hear after going back and listening. Well, you got onto them for putting that in there, and so they're just trying to capture what they're seeing and hearing. So when a question comes up, they can point back to it. That's all. It's damned if you do and damned if you don't. That happens. And so they're trying to capture, what it is that the members are saying through discussions. So that way we can point back, well, who said what? Well, here's who said what in the course of the discussion. That's what the minutes are for. You like things captured in the minutes. We all like certain things captured in the minutes. In fact, I asked for the minutes to reflect that you agreed that even your cuts in the internal service funds would have out-year effects. And you agreed to that in the meeting. But
I'm very comfortable with our discussion. I appreciate all the comments. The reality is we're in a very difficult spot. I just think, and I hate to say, I'm just going to put it out there, we are in a very sensitive place. We should rip the Band-Aid off and at least know, hey, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, we don't have to go do this again. The reality is there's not going to be a homestead cap exemption that is going to shield the residents from the size of this budget. If this budget doesn't grow $1 and you don't get the value build up to the 1.3 billion that we're missing, quote unquote, you're going to be stuck with a value in the general fund that are out of whack. And the way, for the benefit of my colleagues, if we at least address a part of that now, maybe we don't do 4.7 in recurring expenses, we do 3 or 2.8 in various places, we can mitigate some of that impact. But the reality is this: January 1, new values come out, which we have to start messing with. So that's what, 2.5, 3 weeks away, plus or minus. We have to start dealing with that. And I'm in favor. I'm glad the staff put something together. It's a solution. I don't know it is the optimal solution. And I'm just trying to say that we have to start. There's 110 million is more or less recurring. The solutions that we have are not recurring for the most part. And so that's what the motion was. Let's bring a package of 4.7 million in recurring items, possibly look at. If we don't want to move forward, I can live with that. But let's at least have a package of possible items. That was what the motion was. And if that's where I'm at.
It's fine.
Mayor, I call the question.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to say, I respect your comments. I really do. With that, Madam Secretary, we're going to call for the vote.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for the robust discussion is all. And thank you for the members of the public listening in and watching some of this. I think we all have what we want is the best interest of our city at heart. We have just different ideas and thoughts on how we're going to go about doing that. Member Berry, I'm going to turn to you. Item number 5, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, second and final reading of ordinance number 1623. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is for the second reading of the debt restructuring that's associated with budget amendment number 1 that we just discussed. Thank you.
All right. Questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
All right. With that, moving forward, item number 6. Mr. Owens, would you present that, please?
I guess it'd be on number 6. Okay. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 528-10. I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an update to our animal services ordinance. As it stands today, there's not an enforcement mechanism for loose livestock or barnyard animals, so it just adds livestock and barnyard animals to the at-large definition. So adds that to the existing, which included cats, dogs, or other domesticated animals.
All right, does that complete the staff report? Questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call. Oh,
I had one thing.
okay.
I just wanted to ask a question. It's sort of a verbiage question. I'm trying to find it. There was one part, I think it's section 6. I lost it. Section 6. I had it pulled up and then I lost it. Section. Yeah, it was the equine. Where'd it go? Anyway, section 6, somewhere it said about it said equine, dog, ferret, and cat. I was just curious as to why the usage of the word equine in with dog, cat, and ferret. Why not just say horse or?
Yes.
Or well, it didn't say horse or donkey. It also could be a zebra, but I don't. I'm sure that's probably.
Well, I guess equine is maybe the scientific term?
Then why not use feline and canine?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
It read very odd.
Darren, from a legal definition, does it matter? I'm asking.
Actually going to defer to the animal control officer that's here this evening to answer that question.
If I'm on, I'll answer it real quick. Basically legal, yes. So equine's what's used in most of the state statutes, so we were just being consistent.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
Do we have a board on this? Do we have a board for animals?
Yeah, we do.
Is that what everybody's been passing the emails about?
That's coming up.
Something else. No, that's different.
Oh, okay.
Madam Secretary, we call for the vote.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Absent from the chamber.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right, back to Mr. Koza. Present item 7, please.
Sure, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2022-261. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This contract award is part of a multi-year plan to upgrade and update our traffic signal system. This will bring 29 of our traffic signals to current standards, replacing outdated and failing equipment. It'll also provide us enhanced ability to troubleshoot, update timing, and update traffic signal sequencing through our traffic ops center and the traffic management software. The recommended award is to the lowest responsible bidder, Reliable Signal and Lighting Solutions for $1,560,471. Thank you.
All right. Questions, comments, concerns from council?
Other than this is great. I get so many questions about traffic signals. Very excited about this. That's all, Mayor.
Yeah, the only question I had, I was going to ask the question, does this help us along to getting signal timing a little bit better throughout the city? I know corridors that we built, like Magnolia and Bailey, our signal timing is a lot better because it's of the technology and the hardware that's put in is better. Does this help us at all with Broadway and some of that?
Mr. Mayor, would like to refocus your statement a little bit on that, is that all of our equipment is the same throughout. Magnolia, Bailey. What this is improving our detection so that we can continue to enhance detection of vehicular mobility. That way, linking it back to our traffic management software, which has been in dire need of needing to be done to help us improve that mobility. You're talking about we can troubleshoot, see, and then also take a look at signal timing and programming from the traffic management center and running our software that way to improve Broadway, to improve Magnolia, Bailey, all those corridors.
So it's a step closer.
I'm so sorry.
It's a step closer.
It is a step closer. We have, it's been a multi-year process.
Sure.
Evaluating software, evaluating detection systems. We did our first implementation probably about 6 months ago. Council approved that for the Magnolia corridor. We are still waiting equipment at this time, projected about another 2 to 3 months out before we receive that. That's why we're trying to get these 29 going. These are also, as Mr. Epperson stated too, is that this is next to our fiber network, so we can have direct high-speed connection to them versus cellular or radio.
Sounds good. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I would clarify, Broadway's been mentioned a couple times, is that this is the section of Broadway west of 288. East of there with the pending TxDOT project, where those will get upgraded with that project. So just wanted to make that.
I think it's good. It should be noted, when that goes under construction, there's no sense in putting good brand new infrastructure only to go under construction and be moved. So that's wise to make sure that we're holding up on that.
Yes, sir.
I'll just add one other thing that people have asked, so maybe it's just a public information thing, but the detection cameras do not record, they do not store any footage or anything. It's purely for detection. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Member Barry?
Yeah, and real quick, about that, about the light at Kingsley and 518. Is there the blinking yellow there yet?
Oh, you're talking flashing yellow arrow.
Yes.
So we continually take and evaluate those signals. I believe that one should be there, but I'll check with my traffic management center and get back with you and pass that up through tomorrow.
Believe it or not, I got questions about that.
Yes, sir.
And what about
and apologize real quick, Councilman Berry. Please realize that there are different times. Some may have where it's shut down during peak time because there's just not the gaps that happen. But then during off peak, the flashing yellow arrow would be then implemented. So between that, I want to say 7:30 to 9 o'clock and 4:30, 5 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the evening, that type of time frame would probably be shut down as a protected versus a permissive left turn.
I actually got it from a resident that lives right there. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Cade is too embarrassed to ask if it will also detect people on equine and buggy.
Touche. Any update on Pearland Parkway and the one signal we're trying to get live? I know we're still trying to get power, and apparently CenterPoint can't make that happen.
Actually, we have good news. As I rolled in here this afternoon to get set up for meeting with you all tonight, we did get CenterPoint did stab the meter in. So we are coordinating with our traffic control team and also the contractor to begin that process of activating, finalizing it, and looking at next week to do flashing alert so that we can then alert the traffic that signal will go active.
Can we, from a communication standpoint, reach out to the Lakes of Highland Glen HOA and inform them of that? Because they're the ones that are going to see it the most because they live right there, but they've been waiting for that. So I think it'd be good news for them, but also just instead of just it happening, it'd be nice to coordinate that a little bit.
Sure, Mayor. Usually our process, just so everybody knows and it's on record here, is that when we go active with a signal light, it's a 7-day notification. We have signboards out there. Usually we put it in red flash, but that would convert that to a 4-way stop. So we are looking at doing I'm working with staff to see if we can look at a yellow permissive to go what would be the north and southbound on Pearland Parkway with a red flash on the side streets. So it stays in that same configuration, but notification would be out.
Okay, that sounds good.
Thank you, sir.
Seeing no other questions or comments, Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Berry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, with that, we'll move to matters removed from consent agenda. There's none. Other business, there's none. We'll move to mayor council issues for city council discussion, city council input and discussion, the TNR presentation delivered by Friends for Life. With that, we'll staff report, or more importantly, I guess the two council members that placed this on the agenda. You mind presenting that a little bit?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to invite our guests here from Friends for Life. They have successfully designed, deployed, and managed a TNR program, trap, neuter, release program, in a specific area of Houston. And so I invited them here just to give an overview of their program to council. There is no action item attached to this, Mayor. This is just an expository exercise. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for inviting us. Hello, everyone. My name is Elise Zeman. I am the Outreach Coordinator at Friends for Life Animal Shelter. I'm joined today by Celeste Shuttlesworth, our founder and executive director. Celeste is also the co-director of the Animal Law Clinic at the South Texas College of Law. We're also honored to have Brian Lowe with us, a wildlife biologist and conservation expert. If you love cats, I think you're going to like this presentation. If you hate cats, I think you're going to love this presentation. We know how to have the absolute fewest cats possible in the city of Pearland, and I think that's what everyone here wants. Next slide, please. So we all know what the problem is. There are too many damn cats out there. And that population is only increasing. And with it, so are cat complaints, so are intakes at the city shelter, and so are euthanasias at the city shelter. We know that there are loud cat advocates here in Pearland who I'm sure City Council would like to placate. There's also property owners that I'm sure City Council would like to placate, who I'm also sure do not necessarily want bajillions of cats reproducing and yowling on their properties. And of course, there's always the issue of cost. We want to do this in a way that is going to save taxpayer money. Luckily, we can check off all of these boxes with a model called targeted TNR. We all want fewer cats. Targeted TNR is how we get fewer cats. And we're going to show exactly how we did that today in a zip code in Houston. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Brian Lowe, a wildlife biologist. And he's going to talk about exactly what TNR is and what it isn't.
Next slide, please. Okay, so targeted TNR, we stated the name, trap, neuter, and return. That is exactly what it sounds like. You catch a cat in a trap, take it to a vet, they neuter it, spay it, and then they also vaccinate it while they have it in their care, and then they return it to where they found it. That is different from trap, neuter, release, which would be just catching a cat, catching a bunch of cats and then dumping them all somewhere. The part of this, in order for this to work, is that the cats are released where they're found. That's where the targeted portion comes in. This isn't, as opposed to just having a person here catch a cat, neuter it, person here catch a cat, neuter it, person here catch a cat, neuter it, which is kind of diluting the effect of what we're trying to get here. This is picking an area that has colonies, areas where there are a large number of complaints, for nuisance cats, and really hitting that area until you're certain that you have actually captured, removed, neutered all the animals in that space. And the targeted aspect of it really is key to the function here. Some things that targeted TNR is not. It's not, oh, hey, I have a cat and it's fixed, maybe. I'm going to let it go now because people are letting cats go. No, that's not part of this. It's also not, oh, we're letting cats go and we're caring for them on the streets. Let me go and dump a gallon of cat food out on my porch every day. Not a part of it. And lastly, this isn't so that we can continue to have, healthy, happy cats out on the street. They do stay out there, but they're actually staying out there to do a job while they're still out and alive on the street. Next slide, please. TNR is safe. Every cat that's brought in is vaccinated. So you have, instead of having a population of cats all running around without vaccination, potential rabies vectors, they're no longer doing that. And so you have actually cats that are vaccinated no longer potentially vectoring these diseases in place where there were unvaccinated animals before. Cost effective, we have slides later, Elise is going to show, between your general options, which would be to catch the cat and kill it, catch it, neuter it, release it, or to do nothing, TNR is actually the most cost effective of those. And it's proven. We have data from a targeted TNR pilot program in Houston that shows how effectively it can reduce the overall population. Next slide. So benefits. One, fewer cats out there on the streets, fewer time spent catching them, saves money. Less conflict between people who want to advocate for the cats out there, and programs that may want to kill them, or just what's seen as neglect, just leaving them alone. Fewer complaints from property owners. Don't have them, tearing up their screens, getting into their attics, dying in their walls, pooping in their kids' sandboxes. Along with that, increased public health. Fewer animals out there means fewer diseases associated with it, fewer potentially dead animals on the road or anywhere. So with that lower density, you have a lot fewer of those density-dependent effects that might affect public health. And finally, kind of goodwill, Paralink gets some credit for adopting a humane, forward-thinking initiative on how to handle a stray animal problem. So, when you think about removing an animal from a population, cats in this case, first thing that may come to mind is kill them. That's a pretty good way. If you have something there and you take it away, kill it, it's a pretty way to have it not be there anymore. And that is, in the very short term, effective. However, targeted TNR is a long-term solution. It's not a quick, going to be solved tomorrow thing. But I mentioned that the cats had a job to do once we let them go. What they're doing is they are staying and keeping the area in their territory that would be invaded by another reproductively viable individual that would then reproduce from our first slide, 1 cat, 2 cat, 4, 16, and so forth. There's a concept, biological concept, carrying capacity and limiting factors, that basically there's going to be some resource in an area that will limit the amount of individuals of a species that can occupy that area. Once we have the cats there, they're taking up space, whether it be, there could be an abundance of food, but maybe there's not enough shelter to support more of them. Whatever it is, we take them out and we put them back. They're now not reproducing, stable, keeping others from moving in and reproducing. And then if we hit other areas next to it, we've now effectively removed the source populations that would move in there and can actually reduce populations citywide.
There are multitudes of organizations out there that have official position statements in total support of trap, neuter, return. I could never list them all on one slide, but I did want to just throw some out there to show how varied the organizations are that support this work. Of course, there are animal sheltering organizations up there, both local and national. I want to point out the National Animal Care and Control Association. This is the largest animal control association in the US. And I'll be honest, and you might not know this if you're not in the industry, animal sheltering and animal control agencies have in the past butted heads over many issues. This is not one of them. Their largest organization and all of the animal sheltering organizations that are also up there are all in support of trap, neuter, return programs. There are also, of course, veterinary organizations up there and veterinary schools. And I want to draw attention to the American Bar Association. 5 years ago in 2017, they drafted an official position in support of trap, neuter, return and in support of exceptions for community cats and municipal codes. Next slide. There are also hundreds of municipalities with TNR ordinances across the world, across the US, and across the state of Texas. Some of them are big, some of them are smaller, some of them are urban, and some of them are rural. But it does go to show that TNR has widespread support. So let's talk about what we did here in Houston. Next slide, please. So the city of Houston has had a TNR program in place for about a decade now. It is what we might call like a scattershot approach to it. So what that means is it puts onus on the residents of the city of Houston to apply to be a colony manager, trap their own cats or the cats that live in their neighborhood, transport them in, get them fixed, all of those things. And like Brian was saying earlier, it's, okay, Miss Jones is bringing in 3 cats from up here, and Mr. Gomez is gonna bring in 2 cats from over here. Every single cat that gets fixed is a win. We are preventing kitten births every single time an outdoor cat is fixed. But we know from studies, they've done college campus studies at Texas A&M, has a really convincing one, University of Florida, many cities across the country, did studies where they, rather than the scattershot approach, took a targeted approach, and they found that this is the most cost-effective and the most labor-effective way to go about it. So we did that here, or we did that in the city of Houston. In 2013, we created the Fix Houston program. We asked the city shelter to give us the zip code with the highest number of cat complaints, the highest number of cats going into the shelter, and the highest number of cat euthanasias. That was 77009. If you drive north up 45, whenever you hit 610 north, that's about 77009. It is densely populated. There are a ton of people there. There are a ton of cats there. So we started, it was like a campaign, y'all. There were maps involved. We mapped out all of the colonies that we could find. We walked door to door, talking to residents, building relationships, and then offering them 100% free TNR services that included trapping and transporting the cats. The residents not only gave us access to their properties to do this TNR work, but they also helped us identify hotspots where we would find more cat colonies. So doing this approach where we got to identify like, oh gosh, this spot over here, this is where a ton of them are coming from. We are gonna stabilize this colony first. Okay, that one's done. We're gonna move on to the next. Okay, we're done there. We're gonna move on to the next. That allowed us to track our results so that we could measure our impact. Go to the next slide. This is just one part of this enormous database that we have on Fix Houston data. Every single green pin that you see on there is a colony that has been 100% TNR'd. The yellow ones are ones that are in progress. Many of those are 50%, 70%, 90% TNR'd. These pins represent colonies where that cat population is now decreasing. It's not increasing, it's not staying the same. Science tells us that they are now decreasing. We were able, by meticulously tracking this data and doing this targeted approach, inside our target area of 77009, which again, you have to remember, is very densely populated and has tons of cats in it. We did 3,500 surgeries in there, plus an additional 2,000 outside of the target area. The literature says that every trapped cat prevents 20 kittens from being born. So following this math, the 5,500 surgeries we did prevented 110,000 kittens from being born in the city of Houston. And that's not even my favorite part. Go to the next slide, please. This is the city shelter data from 2013 to 2018. In 2013, they took in about 500 cats from this zip code alone. Then we started doing our Fix Houston program. By 2018, the intake had dropped by almost half. This is real change right here. We don't want, the city doesn't want, the shelters don't want to deal with 500 cats in 2013, and 500 cats in 2014, and 500 cats in 2015, and 500 cats in the year 2038. If we do this work, we are actually going to see our intakes into our city shelters drop so that we have less work to do in the future. Tracking euthanasias is not our primary metric. We focus on intake, but it is a lovely side effect. You'll see that in 2013, there were 213 cats euthanized from the zip code. By 2017, down to 30. That was a decrease of about 86%. Not represented on this slide, but also a great piece of data. I mentioned that 77009 was the #1 zip code for cat intake. By 2018, it had dropped down to #4. This is particularly telling because remember, there is a community cat program going on in all of the other zip codes. 77009 was the only one that had a targeted TNR program going on there. So it's like, I mean, it's almost like an experiment. We pitted targeted TNR versus this like more scattershot TNR approach. And the zip code with targeted TNR outperformed the other zip codes. This just goes to show that the Fix Houston model works. And of course, I heard y'all's discussion earlier. I know what the next question is. How much is this gonna cost? Next slide, please. This is these numbers are from a study this year that I really like because it wasn't just animal sheltering people, it was a coalition of economists and wildlife conservationists, animal welfare folks. Everyone came together to look at all the different management strategies around community cats. This is per cat, and these are national averages. So you catch and you kill every single cat, your cost per cat is gonna be about $90. You TNR them, and that cost is gonna be about $60. So you're saving $30 per cat, but that's not even where like the real savings come in, because not only are you paying $30 fewer per cat, but we're paying for fewer cats, because when you have targeted TNR programs, the population is decreasing. I also want to point out that we did this whole program with only 2 full-time staff members. So from administration to community outreach to the actual trapping and transporting and recovering, just 2 folks were able to make all of this change up here. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Celeste to talk about some of the legal points.
Thanks, Yul. I know that it's getting late, and I'm running the anchor leg, so I'm going to make it brief. I'm going to go back to the reason that Friends for Life is here in your city tonight, and that is we are the only organization to have stabilized a zip code in this area. 009 was out of control. This program works. We are proposing that you all consider creating a pilot program to just try it out here in Pearland. We know that you've had some tussles with folks, and I'll go into an email that I think will be particularly interesting to you in just a second. But what we're asking is not that you become a cat lover, not that you buy into TNR forever and always. Just try it. Look at the science of what we've been able to accomplish in Houston in an out-of-control urban zip code, and consider a pilot here. So coming back to the very core, we all want the same thing. We're all here for the same reason. We want fewer community cats. 92% of all the cats in the country are born to free roaming cats. So this is significant. You have a beautiful new shelter. It's important to understand what populations are headed toward your shelter and what you can do to get ahead of the wave before they hit your front door. So, to legal questions, why isn't TNR already protected by the law if the science supports it so soundly? And as a lawyer, I'm not particularly proud of this, but the fact is, it really does take a minimum of about 20 years for the law to catch up to cutting edge science. And we see the wave starting to happen. We see lots of jurisdictions where TNR is becoming more and more protected under the law. But we lived in a time where catch and kill was the way to go. So what are the results of our current policy? The current policy in Pearland, which is the absence of TNR, I think we all know that. It's not working. You've got cats, too many cats, more cats than your residents want, complaints about it. We're here because the current policy isn't meeting your needs. What are the effects on the community of the current policy? Got residents who are unhappy, who are cat people. You've got residents who are not cat people who are unhappy. But I want to share with you an email that we got December 2nd at 5:48 at Friends for Life. And we have a program where we have an online intake form, and anybody from anywhere can email us and ask for help with an animal. I'm going to protect this person's identity. She is a Pearland resident, and she wrote to us, Pearland Animal Control has ticketed me multiple times for feeding the feral cats, so I can't any longer. My neighbors are watching to make sure I do not do it. They're the ones who call them. They want the cats gone. I have 2 kittens, a mama cat, another cat that are in cages. There are 2 other kittens to catch, but I don't have room. I took in 1 kitten in my home, but I already have 4, so I'm at my limit. Can the cats please come to you? The only other option is to give them to Pearland Animal Control. So pulling this apart, what you've got is a potential hoarding situation. You have a person who is acting on a compassionate impulse, who is scooping up the cats in her neighborhood. You have a vacuum in the law whereby TNR isn't protected, so neighbor disputes are elevated to the level of being played out on this kind of stage. And other shelters are getting the fallout. I mean, we're in Houston, and this email came to us, and it's not the only one. So this is the kind of thing that an absence of a TNR plan will cause in your jurisdiction. Next slide, please. So other jurisdictions have handled legal issues surrounding TNR, and I know there's a lot of discussion around an opinion requested from the Attorney General, and we'll set the meat of that discussion aside for another day. I'd love to come back and talk about that. But for our purposes right now, TNR is protected in many, many, many jurisdictions, and they do it by carving out an exception to the leash laws for cats, and cats that are in a TNR program, not just suspending the leash laws for cats willy-nilly, but carving out an exception to the free roaming animals section of the code for cats that are in an active TNR program. Some jurisdictions create a state of temporary ownership where a cat person who traps a cat, takes the cat in to get medical care, is the owner of that cat, responsible for that cat until the time of return. That's worked in a number of jurisdictions, Montgomery County, in Huntsville, that's working really, really well. Some require registration of colony managers and the payment of a fee. So it actually becomes a revenue generator. So you have all this goodwill from the public, you have money coming in from people who want to register as colony managers, and it becomes a win-win. Next slide, please. Specific options for Pearland. We're going to ask you to consider a pilot program for the 2 zip codes of your city. And all of the options that I discussed are open to you and more to work through the legality of it. Next slide, please. Friends for Life is here to help. We have a program that is so unique that we've trademarked it. There has never been another program that has collected data and achieved the results in the same way that Friends for Life has. And we're here to share that program with you if you're interested. We would like to help design this pilot program, help to write the resolution that would authorize it. We will share all of our SOPs. We'll train anybody and everybody who's interested in knowing how we made it work. And maybe this is going to be your favorite bullet point. We will respond to any of the disinformation and the, I think the word I heard in the lobby was the hassling of the staff, because I know y'all's staff is getting worn out by people coming at them on this. Send them to us. We've managed that. We have the collateral to manage it. We have the communication skills to manage it. We have the science to manage it. You can send that to us. And then there are representatives from at least 2 national organizations here tonight. So one flew in from Maryland, and she's going to speak later, but make no mistake, eyes are on what we do now. We want to be on the right side of history. This is a tremendous opportunity, and we're here to offer our help in any way that you would like. Thank you very much for your time.
Is that complete? Well, let me just throw it back to council. First off, thank you all for coming out tonight. Great presentation. Lots of good information there. As far as, 2 zip codes, we have 2 main zip codes in town, so that might cover the entire city. So we might want to look at redefining that, or a circle within, or whatever. My thoughts were a couple of things. I'd like our staff to not so much respond, but what is our policy around when we catch a loose cat or a dog for that matter? What is our policy? It's not to automatically euthanize. What is our policy?
Correct, it's not. John, do you want to take that since it's a process of intake? You've got to go to a mic.
Right.
So we pick up the cat, bring him to the shelter. They're with us for the mandatory 72 hours. There's no euthanasia on pickup or anything like that. And we take that time to assess the animal, have them seen by a veterinarian. And then euthanasia is certainly an option, but infrequently. And they typically go up to adoption or go to a rescue.
All right. We have 3 people who signed up to speak. I forgot about this. We had 3 people who signed up to speak. Mayor Pro Tem, you want to present those in the order we received them?
Mayor. First up, Alice Burton. You go to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to speak. And thank you for being here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alice Burton, and I reside at 23348 Red Oak Court, California, Maryland. So I'm the one that flew in from Maryland. It's a beautiful city. It's the first time I've been to Pearland. I've been to Fort Bend, Houston, all kinds of places, working with folks on trap, neuter, return programs. I work for Alley Cat Allies out of Bethesda, Maryland. I'm the programs director. What got me started in trap, neuter, return, in 2002, I became, on a Friday, I was a restaurant manager. On a Monday, I was deputy animal control officer. I know, right? That seems, makes sense. But the first day I knew I loved it because I had a passion for animals. Unfortunately, we would trap cats If they were feral, they were euthanized. Again, this is Arlington, Virginia. It's only 25 square miles, but there's 225,000 people. So everybody's in everybody's business, and quite honestly, everybody's an attorney there, or their brother or sister are. So it was a tough city, a tough county rather, to look over and watch. In 2004, I became chief of animal control. And then in 2009, it was suggested that we start TNR. I was completely against it. I thought it was inhumane. I thought it was horrible. And fortunately, they did not listen to me. Because 6 months after we started the program, I went to my boss and said, I'm not saying I'm wrong, but I'd really like to take over this program. Myself and my officers know where the problems are. We know the folks who need the help. We know the folks who are complaining. We started in 2009. By the time 2015 rolled around, our nuisance cat calls went from 913 a year to 47. We had a lot more time. You know, there were only 3 of us running the department. We had a lot more time to spend on cruelty complaints and things we should be doing. We were able to build relationships with the caregivers. We were also able to build relationships with the folks who were complaining about the cats. We would trap them, neuter and spay them, and the next thing you know, they stopped scratching all the lawn furniture. They stopped the digging. They stopped being predators. They were nice neighbors. I'm gonna be the first to tell you, you know, these people loved us after that, and we saved a lot of money. There's a lot of talk that the cats are suffering out there. I highly argue with that, because what that implies is that everybody doing TNR are letting cats suffer. And that is not the case. PETA has a video saying that all the cats are suffering. Well, I'd like to ask you, why is PETA doing trap, neuter, return surgeries in Virginia and charging people? The ear tip and everything. I mean, it's something to think about. So as a national organization, I'm here to offer any kind of assistance that we can. I will come back out here and give any kind of assistance, resources. We want to make this work. And just as a hint, I saw your budget, so I get that. But reach out to me. You do have an email waiting for you in your inbox from me. So I appreciate you listening to me, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and welcome to Pearland. Thank you for coming and visiting. Yep. Next up.
All right, next up, Miss Tammy Dexter. We'll go to the mic, give us your name and address for the record. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight, council members, mayor, employees, and everybody else. My name is Tammy Dexter. I live at 1412 North Pine Orchard Drive here in Pearland. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I also want to extend my appreciation to Friends for Life for being here to provide education of a common sense solution to all of us. I've been waiting a really long time for this, over 12 years. I know some people may say that I'm a little outspoken or too outspoken. What I would say is I'm here for those who don't have a voice. So our question is, why would you want to silence those? I understand item 16 won't be voted on tonight, but it's my wish to tell you that I represent my organization, Pearland's Pet Hub Animal Rescue. We've been around for 12 years supporting our Pearland residents. And I represent all my followers to speak in support of Pearland starting a pilot TNR program with the help from Friends for Life. I did my research, and Friends for Life has made an unmatched positive impact on animal welfare in Houston. They have also provided training and assistance to the city of Stafford and Rosenberg to kickstart their pilot TNR program through Fort Bend Pets Alive. I believe we need the same experience and quality help here in Pearland desperately. I also want to emphasize that TNR is not cruelty or abandonment. It's not reckless, as some people say. TNR is scientific, planned ahead, and executed by design. Cats go back to where they used to live in a better condition. So whether we are cat or bird supporters, we all want less cats. To have less cats, we need to find the most humane way to get the cats sterilized to stop new births. Some believe killing is the only way, but let me ask you this. If killing works, why are we still killing after so many years? Trapping and killing does not work, and it causes a vacuum effect. This allows new, unaltered cats to take their place. On a positive note, there are many successful targeted TNR programs in our region. Friends for Life's Project Fix Houston, that methodically stabilized populations of outdoor cats in the entire zip code of 77009. There are about 15,000 households in that targeted area. Fort Bend County, the target TNR program in Pecan Grove and New Territory have also documented great successes all through the years. Finally, I'm asking you all not to let personal feelings get in the way. We can do this right by coexisting. Retaliation doesn't achieve anything, but compassion will bring the whole community together. Thank you so much for letting me speak again. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for that.
All right, Mayor. And last is Danielle Enriquez. Thank you for coming tonight. If you would give us your name and address for the record.
Hello, good evening. Danielle Enriquez, 2110 Fortuna Bella Drive. As a young girl, in the back seat of my parents' car, I would see stray cats and dogs out the window everywhere. And I always wondered, why are they alone? Isn't there anyone who loves them, who wants to care for them? I'd imagine owning a warehouse full of all the strays that I would scoop up and take care of and love, just as they deserved. And as a child, I didn't know, but that was animal rescue. Naturally, all of my furry family members have been rescues. Once you have a heart for animals, you never lose it, and you want to see them live the lives they were created for. Most won't admit it because they dismiss their humanity, but if you've ever bonded with an animal, a cat, you would know that without a doubt, they have feelings much like humans do. They experience fear and pain, and they can feel love, and they can give love in the most beautifully pure way. It's truly amazing, precious gift from God. I've lived in Pearland my whole life, and I've witnessed the effects of irresponsible pet owners and their inability to alter their pets, either due to ignorance, negligence, or lack of funds. I see people pleading for help for stray cats. It's everywhere, all over social media and the communities in my backyard. There's a problem, a very grim problem. Because the shelters and the rescues are always full, the average citizen does not have the resources to manage pet overpopulation in a responsible or humane way, so out of desperation, they call animal control. And countless precious, innocent cat lives are destroyed and euthanized for no other reason than that they have taken a breath. Ending a cat life is the easy thing to do and a quick fix for out-of-control population, but I assure you, those cats want to live. And if there's people out there who value a cat life and who want to protect them, and we want to help. Our local shelters kill for space, but it doesn't have to be that way. Trapping and killing a feral cat or cats in general is not a true solution. It's not humane to end a life just for space, for no life should ever be destroyed just for being created. We have a real opportunity here with TNR pilot program to make a sustainable change to provide an alternative to the carnage and truly embrace life. Trap, neuter, return, to control the population in a God-honoring way. Feral cat colonies can thrive on their own or with the help of a colony manager. I ask for you to put yourself aside for a moment beyond the scratches on your car and the messy rose gardens to really love and value a life despite the fact that it has fur, because we're in this life together, and it's our duty to be kind and be compassionate and to offer a better answer to a problem than death. Aren't you tired of it? When's it going to be enough? Can we please create a culture that is for a cat life and not against it? And I hear you say that you don't just get an animal, that there's a process to it, but I wouldn't be up here if that wasn't the case. That's not what I hear from my community. That's not what I hear from my friends in the rescue community. Over and over, we catch a cat, it's gonna die. 3 days, it's gonna die. And that puts desperation, because for people like me who truly love and value a cat life, an animal life for any matter, want to save it and want to preserve it, and it just puts us in a perpetual state of this problem over and over again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that. We'll open it up to questions, comments from council. Member Berry?
I don't have a problem leading it off. I've got 2 dogs, no cats. Love my dogs. I'm all for. I didn't realize we had a cat problem, but I mean, if we do have a cat problem, I'm all for doing whatever it is we can to, keep that under control. So I don't know what our actual policy is now, as far as catching an animal control. What do we have an answer to that?
Councilman, so there's nothing in our city ordinances that are per se against TNR, right? The actual acts of TNR. However, there are a couple of the ordinances that would impact TNR potentially, such as creating an attractive environment, which is kind of like the whole feeding of animals and that kind of thing, and running at large. So an animal running at large. So those are 2 ordinances that if City Council wanted to look at having some sort of TNR program, that we would need to look at reevaluating and as was mentioned by Friends for Life, kind of carving those out for that.
It doesn't sound very difficult.
No, it's.
But what is our process? When we catch a cat, someone calls in and says, "Hey, we have a problem with a cat here."
So when a ACO goes out to a call for a trapped cat in this particular circumstance, the ACO goes out. They have field scanners. If the cat is microchipped, which is actually required under city ordinance, then they will try to immediately return the cat to the owner, take it to the owner's house, return it. If no microchip hit comes back, as in there's no microchip in the cat is taken to the shelter and it goes through intake. The cat is posted on our Facebook page as a stray animal. We try to get hopefully an owner, if there is one, to come and claim the animal. After 72 hours, the cat can be put up for adoption. So if the cat is meeting the legal definition of feral, then the disposition of that cat's going to depend at least somewhat on the amount of space in the animal shelter at the time. Obviously, we've just moved to the new shelter, and by that tripled the amount of space that we have for cats, so it gives further amount of time for evaluation. However, if space were tight and the cat was deemed feral under the ASPCA guidelines, then the cat could be euthanized if we were not able to find a home for it in a rescue program. As part of the last ordinance update, council adopted for the first time for us to be able to push feral cats out to things such as barn programs. So, for example, people that don't live in the city but have a barn that they want to have a feral cat or a cat, roam and attack mice or whatever little vermin are in there. That's an option for those animals.
But otherwise, how long does it take before you euthanize it?
Should be minimum 3 days unless there's an extenuating circumstance. You can have injury, something like that. Interestingly, I can tell you that under state law, there's actually no guidelines. The 3 days was set up as part of the ordinance. We codified that as part of the last ordinance adoption.
All right.
Questions?
Do we have, from a data standpoint, I guess, where do we compare? Do we have a cat issue? Is it in certain subdivisions?
I mean, there's no doubt there are cat colonies in our city, and that problems are worse in some areas than others. Would y'all mind if I kind of read y'all a little bit of a prepared statement? Would that be all right, Councilman?
Sure.
Okay. So Mayor and Council, first off, I did want to take a moment to thank Friends for Life for their presentation. It's always very important for us to hear from multiple sides. I've had the opportunity to talk to them before, and they are a very professional group when it comes to TNR advocacy. I think it's important, just as I'm the person speaking, and some people in the audience may not know who I am, to provide a little bit of background. I've been with the police department for 25 years and have spent the last 4 years as the support bureau chief over our animal services. Animal services in the city of Pearland reports to the police department. During that time, I was also appointed by council as to the Pearland Animal Shelter Advisory Board, and the board had chose me in the chair, and I served in that capacity for 3 years up until this last month. During that time, I think our team has really worked diligently to reduce euthanasia at our facility. I know that you have been inundated with many memos over the last several years on those updates. Many of them were specific to cats. As an example, the live release rate for our cats has gone from 24% in 2016, which I'm sure John would say that as staff we weren't proud of. However, at the time, neither one of us was actually involved in that. To 84% in 2021. That means that 84% of the cats that came into our custody left the shelter alive. During that same time, our euthanasia of cats dropped from 646 cats being euthanized in 2016 to 113 in 2021. To put that in perspective, that's an 82% drop in euthanasia. On behalf of the Animal Shelter Advisory Board, I began research into TNR back in 2020. As quite frankly, this was a topic we were interested in exploring as a possible solution to cat colonies and stray cats in Pearland. The research included reviews of scientific articles, websites, studies, talking with proponents, and we even got a couple different presentations, and I think both those groups are actually represented here tonight. At the end of that research, which was shared with the Animal Shelter Advisory Board, we concurred that this is mostly a political matter at the local level. In 2020, we sent you a memo in October simply stating pros and cons to the TNR, the arguments on both sides, and really outlining it that we feel it's a political issue. One of the best examples that I can give that there are two sides of this issue come from a journal called Animals, and this was in 2019. The first article, scientific journal, was called "A Case of Letting the Cat Out of the Bag, Why Trap Neuter Return is Not an Ethical Solution for Stray Cat Management." 5 months later, in the same exact journal, there is an article called "Why Trap Neuter Return is an Ethical Solution for Stray Cat Management." My point in that is, even in that scientific journal, two sets of scientists have very differing views. This evening, Friends for Life listed a series of benefits from TNR. Opponents argue the opposite. They would say it doesn't save money, doesn't result in fewer complaints, doesn't decrease cat populations, does not improve public health, and that it's not humane. Friends for Life also listed many, and certainly not all of the organizations which support TNR. I would argue that there are far more organizations out there that support TNR than are publicly against it. However, there are some organizations that are against it, and one of those was mentioned, which is PETA. Also the American Bird Conservancy, I always have a hard time with that word, as well as Texas Parks and Wildlife. Each of those groups has their own reasons for being against TNR, but they provide a list as well. We're aware that council has been notified that the police department reached out to the Brazoria County DA's office for their opinion on whether the act of TNR violates the Texas Penal Code 42.092, cruelty to non-livestock animals, as the plain reading of that statute would appear to be violated by the acts of TNR. The Brazoria County District Attorney agreed that the plain language would appear to support this as a violation of state law. However, since it's a state law and its impacts would go far beyond the city of Pearland, the Brazoria County DA's office has requested an Office of the Attorney General opinion on the matter. While PPD has never taken the position to file or attempted to file any sort of state charge against any citizen engaged in TNR, and we're not naive, we know we've got citizens in our city that are doing TNR on their own. We get cats that come into our shelter with tipped ears and so on. If PPD employees are going to be requested to take part in TNR, it is important for us to know that this would not be a violation of state law. It would be unethical and illegal for us to do so for our employees. So finally, as an organization, we continue to stand by the belief that this is largely a political decision, that you will hear complaints no matter what direction you provide. If council wants to adopt a TNR or allow citizens to set up their own TNR or community cat type programs, the changing of local ordinances, as I mentioned, is actually very easy. We can do that, and we can help provide that guidance as well. And we want you to know that we will do everything we can to make it the best TNR program in the city, should that be the direction that you choose. Thank you.
All right, thanks for those comments. I guess specifically, do we have any areas that we could do a pilot program in that would make sense?
We've definitely got some cat colonies that if you wanted to do a pilot program there, I think part of the difficulty is, in fact, I was the one that was talking to Alice at break or out in the lobby. You know, one of the difficult things is we were talking about the vacuum effect, and for the vacuum effect not to occur, you basically need or at least what she was explaining to me is that you need the colony next to that one to also be part of it. So I don't know, I would definitely defer if they want to help oversee a pilot program to say just how small that area can be. As the mayor pointed out, 2 zip codes is pretty much Pearland, or just about. But we definitely have some areas, neighborhoods that could be identified.
Okay. And a question I had, maybe you can answer this. The pins on that map, you referenced colonies. How many cats are in a colony?
Completely varies. Smaller colonies might be a dozen. Larger colonies can get to well over 100. It's a very fluid definition within the industry, and you can have somewhere that is a smaller area like a neighborhood or a park, for example, anywhere up to an entire city area block, that type of thing.
And last question, the Friends for Life had a slide that had the cost of catch and kill, catch and adopt, and then TNR. Do we have any idea are we in line with that? And whether you can answer that tonight or not, I think that'd be interesting to know what that would look like.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely give you the numbers on the trap and euthanasia, as well as average numbers for adoption, as far as when a cat's trapped and adopted out. Because we don't do TNR, we wouldn't have numbers for that. We have talked to
that they could help us with those numbers if we were to go through a pilot program.
Yes, and I when I saw that slide, one of the things I was curious about is whether those numbers were based on the city absorbing all the cost, or whether that was a partnership, or whether those were costs done by the outside. I know that there's varying costs for not only the vaccinations, but also the surgery performance by different vets. So,
thank you.
Do any questions, comments? Member Camcar?
I'm going to do some more fact finding of it. Chief Randall, you said, what is our ratio again? We are in the 3-day envelope, and then what is that percentage again?
I'm sorry, the percentage of what's
you quoted a percentage of how many cats come in, and then within 3 days they're adopted out, or.
Oh no, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't give you that number. What I did tell you was that the live release rate for our cats is 84%, meaning 84% of all cats that come into our custody leave alive. And I gave you the number that since 2016, the number of euthanasia of cats has dropped by 82%.
So can I get a characterization? And I'm fact finding here. I'm just trying to get my arms around the scale. How many cats a year end up either in the euthanasia category or in the release category? Are we talking 1,000 cats?
I'll let John take
500 cats?
2021, we gave a number of 100 something euthanized. If I heard Chief correct. That was down from
Yeah.
662 to 100 and something from 2016 to 2021, 5 years.
In
Sure.
2019, we had 158 feral cats euthanized. 2020,
Can you, John, speak in the mic, please? Yeah.
2019, we had 158 cats euthanized, feral cats euthanized. 2020, we had 29. 2021, we had 39. And so far this year, we have 41.
And how many come in that roughly time space? Obviously, probably a significant more if you're getting 84% out.
Our cat intake is actually down quite a bit. So in 2019, 867 cats, total cats came into the shelter. In 2021, at 822. And then so far.
So it's not an insignificant amount. It's not like 80.
Right.
You know, it's maybe somewhere less than 1,000. It's in the hundreds.
And this year so far, 742, so down about 100.
And if we were talking about the cat colony area, is there a rough is there a widespread, or are we talking like the same precincts, or I mean, is there a very concentrated area, or is this a more or less?
They're really all over the city. I mean, everywhere from the east side all the way to the west side.
I was going to ask it in a different way. John, can you, if you, numbers of complaints or, where we picked up cats from calls, those types of things, obviously, can we drop a pin and can we determine if we have one area of town or 3 areas of town that are more than the others, from that standpoint, or is it equal across the city?
It's going to be pretty equal across the city, but I can get that data and get it to council.
I mean, to find a pilot program, it'd be hard to, because again, we're 2 major zip codes, and if it was east of 35 or west of 288, or east of Cullen, but west of 35 or something, concentrated in an area like that, then it would be a little bit easier to come up with a pilot program to test something like this out.
Yeah. All right. Can I have the lady who came from Maryland? I just have a couple of quick questions, and I'm going to let this go. By the way, I would like to thank you for journeying so far. Hopefully you are enjoying our 90+% humidity. Very, very enjoyable. It's great for your skin.
Well, it was 30 degrees when I left Maryland, so
this is a
my
real.
family's very, very jealous. It was
No.
I think 78 today.
Well, good.
Yes.
I'm glad. Well, thank you for coming this way. It's not easy, and it's the holidays time of year. So
No. I have a lot of folks, like I said, that I've worked with all across Texas on these programs and other programs, and I definitely this is the truth. When people ask me, I travel all over the country, and I tell them that the people in Texas are the nicest. So,
well, that's good.
And you have kolaches.
Pearland, Texas. Nice. Yeah. So there you go. I just you talked about implementation. And,
Yes.
And I'm trying to wrap my arm around this.
Sure.
If we decided, and I think our staff members are kind of pointing this as a political discussion. But from an operational point, let's say we make the decision to go in this direction. How long, you said you saw results, how long was the startup to go from where you were to this methodology? We're talking 6 months? Are we talking 6 years? I mean, how long did it take?
You mean the planning process to plan it, and then boom, the first cat gets trapped?
Right.
I mean, you get the equipment, and the best way, I think, since you only have 2 zip codes, what you would do is you would look at where are the most trapped cats coming from, where are the nuisance complaints coming from, where are the kittens coming from? Because that right there will tell you that's the area you need to concentrate on. When we first started, we got a grant from Petco, and there are a lot of zip codes in Arlington County. I mean, probably 20 of them. And we went to one zip code where we got the most complaints. We pinpointed that zip code, and it was fabulous. Because after we did that, we did quite a few, but you could drive through there and folks were no longer, stopping you to complain to you in the truck. They were waving to you and, bringing cakes to the shelter for us. They were very grateful, but that was the way to do it. You look and you pinpoint where the problems are. It's just like anything else when you do a program, like a police program. Where's the need?
So you saw these results in, I guess, a tangible short to medium term?
Absolutely. You figure once, even if, you get 10 less complaint calls in one day on cats, wow, the manpower that you save just from fielding those calls. And again, this is one thing that I haven't, and I'm trying not to take up too much. I know it's pretty late, but the other thing that I didn't talk about was the folks who were complaining about the cats. We didn't just say, hey, too bad, we're TNRing the cats, you don't have anything to say. It was about giving them humane deterrence and talking to them and listening to them. Humane deterrents are anything from used coffee grounds. We would carry those ACO trucks, Fort Bend. We went over and helped set their trucks up. We went to all the different Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks and whatever, got used coffee grounds, orange peels. And then there's also what we did in Arlington is we bought 5 of each of these mechanisms. One is it's called a Scarecrow. It's an automatic sprinkler. It keeps the animals out of the yard. And we would ask people to put a $50 deposit down or waive it if they didn't have it. And that kept the cats out of the yard while we were doing TNR in the area. Wow. And the next thing you know, people were happy.
Awesome. I appreciate the color. One last thing, and I'm gonna wrap this. Darren, if we do this program, how screwed up are we with the state? It sounds like there's issues about we wouldn't be compliant. Are we talking we're drastically not compliant, or are we talking terms of art?
It really depends. So right now, as you know, there are 254 counties in Texas. That means there are 254 DAs who have different interpretations of Chapter 42 that was referenced earlier. And so that's where you have certain counties where DAs are on board with this, and then other counties where DAs are that's in conflict with Chapter 42. Hence the reason, if you go and you get the AG to weigh in and they provide clarity, that could benefit even the organizations out there if you get clarity on that and free up some of the counties who maybe are reluctant to do so because of the conflict in the statute. So right now, we're hoping that we can get some additional clarity there. That's all it is.
The only other comments I'll say is we've got a lot of really pressing items. The mayor has said it over again. We're in a triage on a major issue. I've heard the words like meltdown, car wreck. We're dealing with a lot of very high priority items that have a cost associated with them. If we're going to go through the political discussion to address code, to address variances, to roll out a program, we have employees that are overly taxed. We have a new facility that is we have to figure out how it works and manage it. I'm really loath to introduce more change. Same time, this is a city, belongs to the citizens. If they want this, it doesn't cost us a ton of money. There's already a framework. If it blows up in 6 months, we'll say it didn't work. If it works in 6 months, we'll keep it going. The thing that we should be striving for is this definable? Can you address it and see a tangible difference within 6 months? If we see a difference in one cat, with respect, all life is important. I would tell you that's a lot of machinations when we're at 84% release. So there's competing interests. But the thing is, if there's other people doing this across the country and across our region, I feel like we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's really bad when you have to reinvent the wheel. Member Koza and I were discussing, worst comes to worst, we go to the Pearland Natatorium, and since we have to go and figure out that space, that would be a place where we might put these cats. We're having problems with renting right now, and I feel like we could do something with that. They don't like the water, fair enough. But I'm jesting, but seriously, we have a lot on our plate. And so if y'all want to go do this, it's your city. We'll do it at the best. The only thing I would ask the staff is that we do this well. That's it.
Sure.
And we have a lot on our plate. I'm open to whatever y'all want to do. I will support it, but I would hope that there's not a gigantic financial impact to this. I would hope not.
I want to thank Friends for Life and Miss Alice. Thank you for coming. I appreciate y'all presenting to us. And obviously, I'm for this. I was the second to have it on the agenda. I think that I'm a huge animal lover, so to think about the cats being euthanized, the feral cats being euthanized when they do have a purpose, it bothers me greatly. I think a pilot program would not cost us much, and we do have people that can help us put it in place. I really would like to try it. That's really all I have. Thank you.
So I guess it's been very shocking to a lot of my friends and family because I won't even date someone if they have a cat. I'm very allergic. They're just like really, they bother me. We don't get along. It's a whole thing. But they're still living creatures, and so I can respect that aspect. And a thing that is of interest to me when looking at this, Mayor, is. And I'm not going to, go into an anecdote or anything like that, but there have been cases since I've been on council where we have had citizens who have said, look, I just have these cats that appeared and they're not my cats, but now I'm being ticketed and I'm being visited by, for all intents and purposes for them, police officers every day knocking on my door, and I'm scared. One woman, whom I've known in this community for quite some time, and has been a great, I think, public servant. Even I think she worked with the city for a while. Part of the reason why she left Pearland was because of that level of harassment and feeling like a criminal, and called me on the phone crying. I've had probably 3 or 4 different people just in the last year call me crying on the phone, begging for help because they feel like a criminal just because there was a cat in their yard. So I think having these carve-outs, that were referenced, small changes we can do, the I forget what it is, temporary custody or temporary ownership, whatever it is, to try to provide some relief for people that are looking to just, help out a situation, make it better. I'm all for that. I guess at the end of the day, some of the questions that I've asked, and we've had conversations back and forth, and I've visited the Friends for Life facility as well. It's a phenomenal facility. Is it's going to come down to cost. You saw we have some issues right now that we're trying to work through with the budget. And are there programs, I know we have our visitor here from Maryland, that would provide any types of support to the city if we decided to move forward with something? There's obviously a cost associated with it to where the city could potentially receive some assistance to get a program up and off the ground? Can you please? Yeah.
Sometimes I talk so loud I forget. No, there are many grants that the city can apply for, the shelter could apply for, and even Friends for Life could apply for as a supporting group. Alley Cat Allies, we would absolutely love to sit down and talk about helping to fund this. And, myself come back, and work with Celise and everyone else. I mean, this is a great opportunity. And I will say this, that I've never seen a locality start a TNR program and then stop it because it didn't work. That's one thing you will not see. And again, I'm not in it just to save the cats. I'm in it, as chief of animal control, I had to make peace with people. And this was a great program to do that on both sides. And I personally don't believe it's a political issue. I think that this is a issue that both sides can really agree on. That is what I love about animal welfare. So, but yeah, whatever kind of assistance we can give, I mean, they flew me out to come and talk to you for 3 minutes.
Sure.
So,
Well, thank you.
Thank
It sounds like, potentially, like I said, there's no action item tonight, but potentially it seems like there may be an interest in trying to get some information on next steps. I think, Celise, you had mentioned that you all have the ability to go out and maybe conduct these surveys to find what hotspots are, and I'm sure our staff will have some of that data to assist there as well. I don't want to belabor the point tonight. Like I said, even talking about cats, I'm getting itchy. But I do think this is worthy of continued discussion, and I'm thankful for you being here, and especially thankful for your patience. I know it was a long meeting. We've still got more business that we have to tend to after this. So, Mayor, I'll yield there, but it sounds like we may have interest in finding out what the next step is. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll, one last time, any other comments, questions from council? I think there's enough to maybe figure out a pilot program. Ms. Alice, I think some of your pieces that you talked about was where I was headed is do we have any concentrated areas of complaints, pickups, those types of things? Maybe we could start a pilot program around that. At the same time, we do need to jive things with our ordinances. I mean, we can't violate our own ordinances, so if we need to tweak that, I think we need to. And to our own animal control officers, we need to make sure that we aren't committing a criminal act per our laws in the state of Texas. And so I want to make sure that we're following through with that. And if there needs to be a law change in Austin, then we have a legislative session coming up, and we need to have that discussion. So I would hope those in the animal community would respect the fact that you got ACOs and others that are wanting to make sure that they're not violating a law. And as Mr. Coker pointed out, there's 254 different district attorneys that might look at that differently. And, we're in Brazoria County for the most part, and our own DA thinks that we may have a criminal act if we do this. So let's make sure that we, follow through with that. He's at least trying to move forward and do that. So I think there's some things that we need to work on to align. And I'm not saying you're a criminal, man, but the DA does. So I don't appreciate that at all, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. But our DA does think so. Okay? And I'm not going to put one of my ACOs at risk of thinking that. So we need to work through that. That's what I'm saying. We need to work through those issues in a business-like, in a manner that is right for our community. Okay? And those are the people that we employ. So with that,
Mayor Cole, if I could just add something there, and just to clarify, when the conversation was had with the Brazoria County DA's office, they recognized the fact that there are already programs all around, and they're okay in some jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions are reluctant because of this. And he acknowledged that, yes, when you look at a plain reading of the statute, that he felt like, yes, there appears to be a conflict on the plain reading of it, and so he wanted to get a clarification. He didn't come out and just say, hey, we're going to cite you.
Well,
I just want to make sure everybody understands. That's not what the Brazoria County DA
the fact that he's looking further and asking for that clarification instead of just saying it is good news.
Exactly.
And so I think there's a lot that we can, move forward on. I'm not sure a time frame. To your point, we've got a lot of weighty issues on our plate, but I think moving something forward at the first of the year, maybe staff can come up with some kind of a pilot program, target, if there needs to be a target on some of this ordinance tweaking, then maybe, in the first January, February, that could come back if we have some ideas on it.
Mayor, we're definitely clear on the direction, and we'll get working on it.
Yeah.
So, Mayor, I think one of the first things we can do is we kind of put together a framework for what this would look like, and as a pilot program, which I think we hear interest in, and then we have to kind of determine if we're interested in moving forward with that before we hear anything back from the AG's office, or do we give that a little bit of time as well. So, but we can start working on the framework
very good
sooner.
I think that's it. We'll move forward in our agenda. With that, we're going to be moving into executive session under Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, Personnel Matters, and Section 551.071, consultation with attorney. Clarification, Mr. Coker, we are not going to be talking economic development negotiations, correct?
That is correct. We did that earlier this evening at a special meeting.
Got it. All right. With that, we will move into executive session at 10:29. Was returned from executive session at 11:43. With that, we'll take a motion on new business item number 8.
Yes, Mayor, I'd recommend a motion authorizing the engagement of strategic government resources to facilitate the search and selection process for the position of city manager.
Second.
Who took the motion?
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem
Second.
moved. Second by Ms. Cade. Madam, and fourth and fifth. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Absent from the chamber.
Member Koza?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-0.
And same, we'll take a motion on item number 9.
Yes, Mayor, council recommend a motion authorizing the hiring of legal counsel as for potential litigation as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
It doesn't matter.
Koza.
Okay. Member Koza?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Barry?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion passes 6-1.
And we'll take another motion on item 9.
I don't believe we'll have another motion, but we'll be bringing that back next time.
That's right. More information to come. That's right. So with that, there is no item or no action to be taken on item number 10. We dispensed that in our first meeting. With that, we'll move to adjournment at 11:45.